All right, and calling to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, January 25th. Can we get a roll call, please?
Student Trustee Dana?
Here.
Student Trustee Lira?
Here.
Trustee Boyd?
Here.
Trustee Davidson?
Here.
Trustee Doss?
Here.
Vice President Durand?
Here.
President Hinckley?
Here.
Superintendent Wells?
Here.
Great, thank you. And I will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance for those who want to join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we have our mission and vision statement and meeting norms read, please?
The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Our meeting norms are as follows. 1, maintain a focus on what is best for our students. 2, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully. Endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's belief in what is best for students. And 4, make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their own points of view, even if one disagrees.
Thank you. During closed session, the board unanimously approved a stipulated expulsion agreement, referred to as Confidential Student Matter 2021-22-01, parentheses 6-13. So we now need to approve our agenda for tonight. If I could get a motion.
I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
Second.
Sorry, I was muted. Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student Trustee Lira?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd, we start with you tonight.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Durand?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Thank you.
The agenda is approved unanimously, and now we move to our recognition for tonight, which is Resolution 2021-22-13, proclaiming February 2022 as African American History Month. And I will hand it over to Superintendent Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. As you know, every year we take a moment to recognize and acknowledge African American history and what that means to this country. Tonight we have with us to facilitate the reading of our annual African American History Month, the president of our Black Parents Association, Mrs. Linda Williams, who will be facilitating this reading, and just to forewarn you, soliciting the board to participate in the reading. So at this time, I turn it over to Mrs. Williams.
I'm not seeing Ms. Williams in our list of panelists.
Oh, well, thank you for that, Ms. Shin. I'll just facilitate it from here, and I'm going to just ask the board to go in the following order, taking two whereas for examples. And
she just raised her hand. Sorry, she just raised her hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just promoting her now.
Okay, great.
Mute it.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Sorry about the
Hi,
the
good
glitch.
evening.
No worries. So as Dr. Wells stated, I would like the help of the board to read along with me the resolution for Black History Month. I think it's important for all of us to have some ownership and accountability to this resolution, as it's very important for our students and our community to take the time to learn about the contributions of African Americans in this country, not just during the month of February, but throughout the year as part of their curriculum, where we're not just a footnote or an asterisk, but where our contributions to this country are recognized along with everyone else. So I'll start with the first whereas, and then I'll ask the board members to just jump in and read the next one. I won't call on you, so you'll have to volunteer. Albany Unified School District Board of Education, resolution number 2021-22-13, proclaiming February 2022 as African American History Month. Whereas, whereas Americans of African descent helped develop our nation in countless ways, those recognized, unrecognized, and unrecorded. And
I'll start. Whereas African American history reflects a determined spirit of perseverance, cultural pride, innovation, and trends in its struggle to equally share in the opportunities of a nation founded upon the principles of freedom and liberty for all people one day. And I'll hand it to Vice President Duran.
And whereas in 1976, Black History Month was established as a month-long celebration to reflect on the history, teachings, and achievements of African Americans. And Trustee Boyd?
Whereas the history and contributions of African American citizens have consistently been overlooked, misinterpreted, and undervalued in the curriculum of public education institutions prior to the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And I'll pass it to Trustee Davidson.
Whereas the history, social science framework for California public schools transitional kindergarten through grade 12 states that the history curriculum of community, state, region, nation, and world must reflect the experiences of men and women of different racial, religious, and ethnic groups, and must be integrated at every level. I'll pass it to Trustee Doss.
Can I have you move it? Move it. Perfect. Thank you. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Albany Unified School District Board of Education proclaims the month of February 2022 as African American History Month and encourages all district schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional activities.
Great, thank you. So you want to read the last bit?
We
haven't voted on it yet.
We haven't voted yet. That's why I didn't read it.
Yep. All right. So thank you so much, Ms. Williams, for preparing this and bringing it forward. I will take a motion on this, and then we might have a public comment on it as well. So the floor is open for a motion to pass this resolution.
I move that we approve the Black History Month resolution.
Second.
Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student Trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Duran?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
So now the resolution has been passed and adopted unanimously on today, January 25th. And thanks again to Ms. Williams for bringing that to us. And I encourage everyone to read the backup and the resolution as well. And look forward to seeing how we put this into action in February and beyond. So thank you, everybody. And we now move, Trustee Doss.
I just wanted to take this as a quick opportunity to encourage the community, families, parents, students to do additional research during the month of February. Take a deeper dive than you usually would. Learn about African Americans and their contributions to society, not just the kind of surface level that you usually learn about, but take a deeper dive and learn about things that you might not usually. And, I really wanted to, encourage that this time around. I think that often we get into kind of the habit of learning about the traditional and kind of most popular African Americans and their contributions, but there's so many that we don't often talk about that play a huge role in our everyday lives. And it's really eye-opening, as you kind of go into that and think about all the different things that you use in your everyday life that you wouldn't have if it wasn't for Black people. So please do that. And I encourage everybody to take this time to do that. I know that people often say, every day, is, or every month is Black History Month, which is true. But we do take this specific month to really, highlight it. So use it as an opportunity to further educate yourselves, as will I. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Doss. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Linda Williams for bringing this forward and for all the work that she's been doing for years and continues to do to support our whole community, but particularly our Black students in the district, and support everything that Trustee Doss just said. I appreciate all of the work that teachers and staff and administrators have done and continue to do to bring new books into their classrooms, to think about how to expand their curriculum to cover, subject matters and achievements and contributions that perhaps haven't been in the past and maybe weren't a part of the traditional curriculum, back a million years ago when I was in school, for instance. So I appreciate that, and all the champions of Diversify Our Narrative who have, been pushing to expand all of our resources in the classroom and continue to highlight contributions that haven't always been highlighted in the past. And like Trustee Doss said, I encourage everyone and appreciate everyone's attempts and initiatives in their home and in their classes to make sure that we're appreciating and just noting the contributions of all of the members of our society. And right now we're talking about Black folks because this is Black History Month resolution. But when we can look at everything that all the different members of our society contribute, then we can appreciate each other and we can understand that we all have an equal space here and we all deserve to be here and to share in all of this together. And when we don't do that, then we kind of get things twisted and don't acknowledge and respect each other and understand where each other is coming from. And, some of the history that we're learning and reading about, some of it is not pretty, and it's not an invitation to kind of not look at those things. When we look at those things, we can have empathy for each other and compassion and understanding and respect, and we can't do that otherwise. So I appreciate all of the efforts that everyone continues to make to keep broadening our curriculum and bringing new resources to our students and to the big people as well, and to ourselves, and encourage everyone to continue to do that. And thank you again to Linda Williams.
Thank you. Yeah, Trustee Lyra.
Sorry, I was just asking my mom something real quick, but I wanted to also add that, I also wanted to thank Linda Williams for her contribution in developing and coordinating this resolution reading. And I am really really thankful that we are, honoring this month as a resolution. I also noticed that like some of the wording in the resolution mentioned like honoring like African American men and women. Would also just like to add that like there's been a long history of queer people of color in this country, and like also just acknowledging the non-binary Black folks that have made enormous strides in history. And I would also just like to also emphasize that it's important to educate yourselves, like Trustee Doss and Trustee Boyd put so well. Educate yourselves, but also support Black-owned businesses, invest in Black joy, and it's really just support in whatever way you can this month, and continue to, like, regardless of whatever month it is. I'm just really thankful that we got to do this resolution reading, and just like also wanting to remind people to be mindful of just like the intersectional, the many different ways in which people of color can be intersectional. Yeah.
Thank you so much for adding that. All right, I thought we had a public comment, but it disappeared again. All right, so we will now move on to approval of the consent calendar for tonight. If I can get a motion or any questions. Going to be a long night, folks. We just need a motion for that.
I was waiting to see if I saw any questions. Oh, it looks like there are.
Sorry.
So I'll move that we approve tonight's consent calendar.
I second.
Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student Trustee Lira?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Jerome?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Thanks.
Great. The consent calendar passes unanimously, and now we have superintendent and board members' reports, starting with Dr. Wells.
Thank you, President Hinckley, Madam Chair. My report would be on the screen momentarily. I was doing some reflecting and felt compelled to put out some reminders as part of my report. And so, so here's my superintendent report. It's important to, during these difficult times, as I get out to classrooms and talk to people throughout the district and listen to folks around issues and the crisis we're going through, I feel it's important to remind folks that we need to be hard on issues and soft on people. And we need to have some grace. And it's important to be reminded of this during these difficult times of unprecedented stress and heavy loads and heavy lifting. And so I wanted to remind folks of that. It is really, really easy to criticize, but very difficult to do the work. And so I applaud people for doing the work, and I encourage you to continue to do the work. That was my number one. Number two, where are we in the school year? That's a good question. Believe it or not, we have about 15 weeks remaining in the school year. We have plowed through a major surge, and we tried to do it safely, and it looked as if this would be behind us shortly. That is my hope, and that is some of our experts' prediction as we move forward. And so we have a lot of hope moving forward, and let's hold on to that hope. We must continue working together and supporting one another during these challenging times. Remember, leadership in the midst of a storm needs to be the calm. Let me repeat that. Leadership, and that's all of us, in the midst of a storm needs to be the calm. Next slide. And so as I continue, I want to send out some special thanks, because during this surge, we had teachers and staff who were unwavering, committing to schools during times where many were very, and still are for really, really good reason, full of anxiety around COVID-19 and all the unknowing. And coming to school for your kids so that the kids will have a safe place to learn and continue to grow. Teachers have made that sacrifice. Many of the sacrifices have been seen, but there's many that have been unseen. And I wanted to acknowledge our teachers and staff and applaud them and salute them for the incredible work that they've been doing in the midst of these difficulties. Because if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be the kind of community we are here in Albany. And we need to be reminded that sometimes when we're dropping our kids off, take an extra minute to go over to say thank you, because that can be the fuel that a teacher needs for in their tank for that day, because they come to school with many challenges that we have, and they do it in spite of. And for that, I think it should be appreciated by the entire community. I want to say thank you to all the leadership in Albany. I'm with you there behind closed doors, many, many late nights and into the AM with all the planning and work and anticipation. I remember the number of things we did around PPE, ordering, 13, 14,000 masks in anticipation of a possible surge if it were to come, because we all realized that when a surge comes, the whole country is going to be trying to get PPE. And we wanted to make sure we had that for our staff and community. I want to thank the parents, because the parents have been amazing. I'm getting so many emails about, is there anything I can do? Where can I volunteer? I just want to help. I know you guys are struggling, and I know it's tough and difficult times, and I want to thank you for reaching out, and I encourage you to continue to reach out to your principals, your respective school sites. That's incredibly important. And just knowing you want to help is encouraging. And to our students, and they've just been amazing. I met with 2 of our leadership students today and was reminded about how amazing they really are. And the 2 I met with today are our very own, our 2 trustees who have a full load at the high school and yet participate in a number of community services activities and participate fully here on the board. And I know it gets heavy and I know it gets tough, but they want to make a difference in their peers' lives. And this is why they do it. And I think we need to applaud them, because I'm impressed and encouraged each and every time I interact with them. Each and every board member meeting I go to, I'm encouraged. And one of my things to them today was that leadership matters, and that in leadership, as you step, you're going to have missteps. And it's not about the missteps. It's about how we respond to those missteps, because the only folks who don't missteps are those who don't step at all. And so I enjoy interacting with the youth. That's why I came into the profession. And I just want to thank you all for that. That concludes the superintendent report for this evening.
Thank you so much. I don't want to take up very much time. I'm not a speech giver, but I do just want to say again how grateful I am for all the incredible work that our staff, our students, our families are putting in to keeping our schools safe. And once again, thinking about the resolution we just passed, just feeling so, so grateful to live in a district where we teach real history, we follow real science, we take steps to protect each other. And I'm just really, really grateful for that, and crossing my fingers that we are really feeling the benefits of having such a highly vaccinated and well-protected population as we hope to crest this surge and keep moving. And I also just wanted to appreciate how challenging it is for staff to have all of this energy and desire to keep making our district better and better all the time, which is really hard to do when almost 100% of everyone's energy day to day is consumed by the logistics of the pandemic and the consequences of everything that's happened over the past couple of years. So the other thing I'm hopeful about is that as we begin to gradually have less of that occupy our day-to-day work, we can really reap the benefits of all the work that our committees have been doing all along to try to identify ways that we can continue to work to close our opportunity gaps, to better involve students in their educations and their governance of the district. So I'm just really hopeful that we are moving past this surge so that we can begin to really grapple with some issues that I know we all really want to grapple with over the next year. And lastly, I'm not going to read this email, but I'll describe an email we got from a student just outlining this incredible array of accomplishments of our arts and performing arts and music and dance and all of these activities that we have going on, in this case at the high school, but not just at the high school. And I just want to say it's so wonderful to hear from students and staff about everything that's going on in the schools. We absolutely love hearing about it. We often don't hear about it. So I just wanted to thank the student that sent all of that information. And I hope that we can get some of it into a district newsletter, and also just want to encourage people, you know, if you're proud of something that you participated in, the board loves to hear about it. And I know we do spotlights at our board meetings, but we only have so many. And I think I'd love to see if there are ways that we can continue to share out all of this amazing work that's happening in the district, because it is so important for everyone to hear about. So with that, I will pass it to Vice President Duran.
I don't have an official report tonight, but I kind of feel the love that's flowing around here. We will be kind to the staff. I have questions, of course, to ask, but I will be kind and know that we really do understand and appreciate the pressure that everybody in the district is under, from our teachers at the school sites and everyone else at the school sites to the district office. So yeah, just really, if we can sort of celebrate just a little bit, because with Black History Month, it's a beautiful time to really do a lot of reflection. And I also just wanted to mention one of the largest celebrations in the world takes place during the month of February, and that's Chinese New Year or Lunar New Year. And I'd also like to let everyone know that it's also Korean New Year. So I just want to acknowledge that to our community, our Korean community, as well as everybody else, so that we can really celebrate this coming month.
Thank you. Trustee Doss.
No report for me. Thanks.
Trustee Boyd.
I didn't realize that we were going to all be sharing the love, so I'm just going to kind of jump on, but try not to. I won't speak too long or anything, but I did just want to take a moment to show gratitude and grace to our teachers and staff and students, especially our people who are in the classrooms, you know, every day, and who are dealing with the impacts of the pandemic in a way that I don't. And just to acknowledge that, and our district staff, certainly our district staff as well. And just to recognize that it's kind of easy to put on all the praise and everything when everything's just going swimmingly and smoothly and it's all, you know, kind of sunshine and rainbows. And when it's not, I think it's can be particularly difficult and to take a moment to remember that, you know, people are still working just as hard, probably harder. If it's a tougher time, then people are probably working harder and, you know, having more difficulties to deal with and, you know, maybe kind of wanting to like cover your eyes as you open your inbox to see what's waiting for you there. So I just, especially, you know, as we've been coming through these last couple of weeks that have been really challenging, I know, and in ways that I don't even know, just to say thank you and to really applaud and respect all of the work that's going into keeping our doors open and keeping our students safe and happy and listened to and learning and supported, especially now during these last couple of weeks.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
Okay, I'll try. So I wanted to, similar sentiments. The teachers in our district are so fantastic. and I went to drop my son off at Cornell on Friday, and the power was out in the portables, no fault of the school. And they were just flexible and making it work, and it really just showed how they've taken all of this just in stride, and it's so amazing to watch that. And at the end of the day, to walk through the campus and see that Cornell got giant logs delivered, and Principal Wrangler sat on the logs with the biggest smile. It was just nice to see some other things happening that weren't just COVID focused, and there were some positive, wonderful things that could be enjoyed. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Student board members.
Yeah, so I'll start. For the sake of brevity, I'm just going to do a really quick update on the SAC. So the Student Advisory Committee is meeting tomorrow night, and we are looking to start our school site visits and expand to the middle school, as well as reopen applications at the high school for like the second half of the year, since now seems like a good time, especially because senior responsibilities are kind of dying down, or so it seems. And then also, Ichtaka and I just wanted to address statements that we made last board meeting regarding the concern that students have around testing positive for COVID-19 and attending school without reporting it to the district. And we wanted, although our intention was to shed light on this, we understand that we might have caused a little bit of panic, and for that we thoroughly apologize. And I'll pass it on to Ichtaka because I think they have more to say on it. But yeah, it's what Dr. Wells said earlier, where we're in these leadership positions, and we're learning from our mistakes, and that was a mistake of ours, and we just wanted to acknowledge it. So yeah, passing it on.
Definitely. And I think also, yeah, we also just wanted to clarify that we are very, we respect and are extremely thankful for our district's increased precautions and testing expansion at every school site to help stop the spread of COVID-19. And we definitely recognize the efforts that staff and faculty and teachers have made at every site to ensure that our students are safe. And yeah, we just wanted to reiterate that our intention was just not to take away from these efforts. And we really thoroughly apologize if that appeared to be our sentiment. And we both agree, Allison and I, that the bottom line is that if you are feeling sick, please take care of yourself and do not come to school. And if you test positive for COVID-19, quarantine and only return once you test negative. And in terms of there's a lot of personal beliefs that I have around whether a student that I understand how concerning it must be for a student to miss school and just how competitive the academic culture is. I wanted to reiterate that, and I want to work with this board to help find a way to mitigate that. And just, yeah, as students, we are right there at the school site, and in the beginning weeks of January were really honestly scary for us to go through and be there, and just hearing all these words around our peers and wanting to articulate that as we didn't do it the best that we could. And yeah, we apologize for the way in which that our words caused frenzy, and we're thankful for all the board members here. But yeah, we just wanted to apologize for that that sense of panic, and we're going to continue to grow and learn from our mistakes. So
I also really quickly wanted to add that in terms of N95 masks and everything, something that I want to celebrate is that pretty much everybody I'm seeing in the halls every day is wearing an N95 mask. It's definitely a minority of students that aren't. And I've seen them in classrooms, and I've seen them in the book room, and they're really accessible for students. So I just like to thank the district and thank the administration, specifically at the high school, but I'm sure other schools have had similar efforts around masking, and I just think it's really beautiful, and it's worked out really well. So yeah, kudos to everyone. That concludes our report.
Great, thank you so much. So we will now take public comment on matters not on our agenda for tonight, starting with Chris Knight from our Albany Teachers Association.
Good evening, everyone. Dear Superintendent Wells and members of the board, while ATA recognizes and appreciates the efforts that are being made district-wide to deal with the current spike in COVID-19 cases, and is glad to be entering into the additional protections MOU agreement that is so badly needed, we are not doing enough. This inadequate response has resulted in many overwhelmed teachers who are struggling to keep their heads above water. For the sake of our educators and the students and families who rely on them, we need to do better. The COVID dashboard is still highly inaccurate. Progress is being made on it, but not fast enough. This means teachers and the parents do not know the prevalence of COVID-19 in schools. This is not the fault of our administrators who are stretched thin, constantly testing students and tracking down information. We demand and expect personnel and systems in place to make sure all cases of COVID-19 are accurately accounted for on the dashboard. Likewise, we are aware that most AUSD students are undergoing weekly pool testing, but why not all? Surely we can figure out a way to make sure that all of our students, vaccinated and unvaccinated, are getting tested regularly. That is the only way we can be sure that we're picking up all the cases in the district. If it's a shortage of tests that's causing this policy change, we need to buy more. Lately, there have been conflicting and muddled communications on changes to COVID-19 guidelines and district policies. This is not acceptable. Teachers, parents, and students need to be hearing consistent and accurate information on what these new guidelines are across the district and what policy changes the district is making in response to guideline updates. Crucially, district policy changes need to follow, not precede, changes to the state and county guidelines. For example, just last week, our district changes testing protocols to only testing unvaccinated students to determine which students need to be isolated in a modified quarantine. This change was not stated in the district's update. Omission of new changes to COVID protocols like this is unacceptable. Beyond communication, we need consistent execution. Multiple members have had students return to their classes before they've tested negative. Non-teaching staff, such as counselors, speech pathologists, and psychologists, are not receiving consistent exposure notifications. Another item that needs to be communicated very clearly is the January 26th, tomorrow, deadline for students to be vaccinated. Families need to know what their options are if their children are unvaccinated. Teachers need to know how many students they can expect to be going on virtual instruction starting tomorrow. What exactly is the plan? ATA is in full support of this vaccination deadline, but we need to recognize that it occurs at a time when our members are already spending many hours per week designing lessons for our students on COVID-independent study work. We cannot have limitless COVID-independent study. We heard 2 weeks, then 3. Now it's clear that even that is being extended. ATA supports flexibility, but additional job requirements dumped on teachers doesn't count. We need consistent COVID-independent study guidelines enforced across the district. Lastly, ATA is deeply concerned with accelerating plans for transitioning to full-time kindergarten. While teachers will be speaking to specific concerns about this issue later in the meeting, we are frustrated by the lack of respect or empathy when not a single kindergarten, preschool, or TK teacher was asked about the impact on their students, families, and programs. We need to deal with these issues. Our community is lucky enough to have the resources, so let's get it done. Respectfully, Chris Knight and Stephen Naif, ATA co-presidents.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Emma.
Hi, I'm Emma Barker. I teach reading intervention at Ocean View, and I share many of the same concerns that were just raised by our union president. I specifically want to raise the question about the January 26th deadline for elementary students to be either vaccinated or signed up for weekly testing. The message from our district so far has been that these students who have not done those things will need to move to independent study. But as a staff member, I haven't seen or heard any additional details about what that will look like or how, as a staff, we'll accomplish that. We do have some teachers in the district who have been teaching independent study since the fall because we were required to have that program set up. But there's a limit to how many new students those teachers can effectively serve. And there hasn't been a clear plan shared with teachers yet for how the district will be serving additional independent study students. So I'm calling tonight to encourage our school board members to ask questions and push for specifics about the staffing and expectations for this transition. because I really think the families in our district need to know what their options are and what they're getting if they choose that option. And teachers also need this information to do their jobs. I think our community deserves a detailed and well-articulated plan for this. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a reminder for folks, we do have COVID protocols on our agenda this evening. So if your comments are related to that, you can also save them for that item. Next is Jeremiah.
Hi, good evening. Your agenda says public comment, for parents that want to say something, says it starts at 7:55. Just noting you open public comment at 7:41. And if you close public comment before 7:55, if you close public comment before it's even supposed to start, it's kind of difficult for parents to even make a public comment. If you open the agenda item and close it before it's supposed to start. Anyway, I suggest making public comment around 7:05 or 7:02. That way parents know when to make public comment. It's just easier if you have it up front in the beginning of the agenda item. Anyway, I say enough there. I want to talk about a lot of stuff, right? So Friday, every other Friday, there's a food giveaway in the corner of the cafeteria or wherever, Frank. And I'm going to start helping set up with the Berkeley Food and Housing. Hopefully we can get it every week. Also, I was wondering, Albany's always been a small school league since I've been there. I just realized we keep building new schools, and we got to be careful when we build new schools. We don't jump into a medium school league or a big school league. I was just wondering if we could double check the amount of students it is to stay in a small school league for sports. Just don't want to go over that number, right? And jump to a whole nother league. I'm looking at my notes here. Oh, I was wondering, you had the student board report before this. I was wondering if you could also have like student appointee reports from, each commission, like SEJC or something like that. I don't know how you get reports from your commissioners. Also, if you got a sore throat, yeah, maybe stay home. And that's it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Albany Civics Academy. We're trying to bring back the Albany Civics Academy for the youth. Albany Civics Academy. Thanks.
Thank you. Christian.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of quickly just make a note of how much I've appreciated and how impressed I am by all of the participation of the student board members, by both of them. I think it's been really incredibly professional. And, I heard them with the best of intentions, offer up an apology. And I listened to the last meeting and I didn't hear anything that other than, information relayed with professionalism and thoughtfulness that gave us a sense of what was really going on in the school, that felt concerned and thoughtful. And I just, again, want to commend them and think they deserve not the sense that they should be apologizing, but they deserve to feel proud about all of their participation, including everything I heard last time. And I hope they're getting support from the board and not any kind of sense that they should be apologizing for anything. Anyways, just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Annie J.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Annie J. Fishberg. I'm a teacher at the high school, and I just wanted to call out a couple specifics from that email that you got about the Albany High School arts events that are coming up soon. I just wanted to let you all know that the Winter Dance Showcase is an online event, and it's going to air tomorrow, January 26th at 6 p.m. on YouTube Premiere. In the days of in-person dance concerts, we would pack the theater with students and we'd often sell out. So I'm so excited that everyone will be able to watch it. Check that out. And then the next most recent coming up is there's going to be the Winter Jazz Concert February 9th. So check both of those out. And then we'll have our theater show coming up in March. So there's a lot of exciting events to come watch some students perform and just be excellent and have a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting those. All right. That concludes I don't see any other public commenters. So we will move to our first staff report for the night, which is our AUSD mental health program update, which I believe will be Dr. Biggs presenting.
Thank you so much, President Hinckley, and thank you, board, for having us this evening and Superintendent Wells to provide an update on the much anticipated mental health program update here in Albany Unified School District. I have the great honor to be working with the fabulous staff that support our mental health programs across elementary, middle school, and our high school programs. And it's been new this year working with them, but it's been really great seeing the tremendous hurdles that they've had to go through with supporting students with returning to in-person instruction and working with them on building their programs and supporting their programs. And so I'm really excited to be able to introduce you to our presenters for this evening. We have Shelley Ball, Joanne Weil, Rachel Gordon, Will Casson, and we also have, I believe, can you scroll down there? I'm so sorry. I was still looking at the board back up. Want to make sure I get everybody. Thank you so much. Heather Collins, and then also a new addition to our program, Kim Cohn. So before I get started and set them up for going through the presentation, I do want to say I know it's a lot of information, and I hope everyone had an opportunity to look at the backup as well as the slides. And we're really hoping to be able to have our presenters go through today, and if it's okay, to hold questions to the end. And we've talked as a team to really be able to highlight some of the important data that has come out throughout the beginning of this year in comparison to last year, and looking at our current needs and themes of students, and also programming needs. So we'd really love to be able to have some quality time at the end of their presentation to be able to have some questions and answers. So without further ado, I'd love to be able to present, I believe, the first presenters on our presentation this evening for the mental health program report is our elementary programs. Next slide, please. And our preschool programs, which are overseen by Joanne Weil and Heather Collins. Then we'll follow by our Albany Middle School program, which will be in tandem with Rachel Gordon and Will Casson, and then followed by our high school, Mcgregor and Albany High School, that will be supported by Shelley Ball, Rachel Gordon, as well as Kim Kahn. So thank you very much. And next slide. And if we could advance Joanne as well as Heather Collins, that would be terrific.
Great. Hi, everybody. I'm really pleased to have this opportunity to share a little bit about how things have been going thus far. And I thought I would kick off with some data to speak to how busy we have been across the tri-schools and including the Children's Center. And you'll see that our numbers are almost double what they were at the end of last year, only midway through the year. Just quickly, I'll draw your attention to some of the high volume we're seeing at Cornell and Ocean View with 41 and 42 referrals at those sites. I actually think those numbers are higher since we put together the slideshow last week. But you'll see last year at the very end of the year, our total was 60 students who had been referred for individual and group counseling. Julie, can we advance to the next slide, please? In addition to the individual work that we're doing, we are also facilitating some support groups. We're really pleased to be working in collaboration with the middle school, and we have one intern who spends a day at the middle school each week, and 2 additional interns who are running a self-esteem anxiety group. We are offering groups at all 3 sites, social skills groups for our younger students, and some friendship, anxiety type social skills for some of our 4th and 5th graders at Cornell and Marin. We're doing a 5th grade group at Ocean View where we're meeting with girls, the theme being relational aggression, and also offering 2nd graders some social skills support. We are hearing from our teachers, particularly at the lower levels, that the lack of socialization that our students were deprived of for the past couple of years is really, evidenced in some of the behavioral issues that have been problematic, particularly in our lower grades. Our interns also led a tri-school parent support group that was quite successful, and that was offered through the Cornell PTA. Can we advance to the next slide? Just thematically, some of the issues that have emerged over this year so far include children who seem to have a lower frustration tolerance and require more frequent redirection. Some kids really struggling with emotional regulation, looking like, some regressive behaviors, including temper tantrums. Parents who are also quite depleted, who are reaching out and asking to participate in the work that we're doing. So a lot of frustration, people feeling like they are really being stretched to the limits. And obviously our providers, our teachers are also problems, in addition to just trying to provide the instruction for students who have suffered a lot of educational loss. So we're seeing across the board a lot of compassion fatigue. Can advance to the next slide, please? And I think, Joanne, I'm gonna pass the baton to you.
Okay, I'll actually back up a little bit to the curriculum that Clementina was part of developing on the committee that she led. Because of the racial problems that had emerged at the high school, we began to teach second step up, hoping that if we worked on racial issues and identity issues earlier on, that we might be able to prevent some of the projections that occurred later on with kids. So we teach a 3-part curriculum in second step up at all 3 elementaries on identity, empathy, and appreciating differences. And so we're hoping that if we make early interventions with kids, that we won't have some of the projections that we see later on in the middle school and the high school kids. Anyway, the other thing, just to have you know, we have a number of participating graduate schools. I hope that's on our next slide. UC Berkeley, Smith College, San Francisco State, Sonoma State, CIIS, Sacred Heart, and Dominican College, and the Wright Institute. So we're able to draw from a broad range of student cohorts and also different schools, so that people get an exposure to different approaches as they present cases and discuss issues with each other in the group supervision. And then the last slide that we have, our supervisory faculty for our program. We have 2 women of color, 1 male supervisor, 2 immigrants, and 2 LGBTQ staff. And so they're able to provide a range of perspectives as the interns present their work to us in the program. And what we're hoping in our presentation today is that you would consider supporting a 30-hour position of a group counselor so that we can add to the group program that we're already providing. And then also any help that you can give us about more space at Ocean View. We actually have interns this year where we're able to provide so much service, but we don't have enough space to actually provide that service. So that would really help us. I know that's also going to be coming up at the middle school as well. So yes, Heather and I can answer any questions you have from our presentation.
If it's okay, Joanne, I'd love for us to hold questions. Just because I know last year we got into, we can start, having a lot of questions and discussions. We may not be able to get to everyone else's presentation. So, I'd love for people to be able to just hold questions to the end if that's okay. Thank you so much for your presentation, yes, Joanne and Heather.
I'm going to another meeting, but that's fine.
Oh, well, oh, you are, okay. Well, thank you. And, if there's questions that we need to come back and ask you, Joanne, we'll make sure that I communicate that with you from the board. So thank you so much. And here we go to Albany Middle School, and we have is Rachel Gordon and Will Casson on the
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Rachel, I'll be quiet and let you jump in.
All right, awesome. Well, hello everybody. I'm happy to be back my second year at Albany Middle and Albany High. So I'll just start with a quick program overview. So the Albany Middle School Mental Health Program strives to support the social, emotional, and psychological well-being of its students through individual and group counseling, case management, and the SEL curriculum, which is really the S3 program, which I'll let Will tell you more about after I speak for a little bit. What I wanted to highlight about our mental health program this year is, Heather already pointed to it, we have gotten to do some really awesome collaboration between the sites and sharing interns. And what has been so wonderful about that for Albany Middle School is it has meant that we've been able to have a mental health staff on site all 5 days of the week. Normally, we only are able to have one intern at Albany Middle and then me one day a week. So we have 4 days of coverage, but because we have a person coming from Mcgregor and a person coming from the elementary school, we've got all 5 days covered. And I also just wanted to give a big shout out to the academic counselors who have just been fielding so much mental health stuff themselves. I'll get to that in a second. And then additionally, we have the S3 program, which is the student success space that Will Kaysen will talk more about, but it's a wellness program designed to increase mental well-being, emotional learning, and pro-social skills. And it really is a whole child approach. I mean, Will has a room full of, aromatherapy, and you can make your own fidgets, and I'll let him go into it, but it's a really fantastic, wonderful space. So we've got sort of a two-pronged approach. If kids need a break from class, they can go to S3, and if they're needing longer-term, deeper help, then they can come to our mental health program. Can we go to the next slide? So these are some stats for you, and I know that all of you have a copy of this, so I won't go into too much detail about each number, but what I do want to highlight is the level of need. It is just so much greater this year than last year. So students referred for individual counseling right now is at 30, which was how many kids we served in all of last academic year. I'll point you to the students we're serving who have had case management is 18 now. In all of last year, I provided case management to only 17 families. And as of this week, I'm one family beyond last year, and these are all different families that I worked with in the 2020 to 2021 school year. And I also just want to highlight that we actually have a waiting list, which has not historically been so long and so quickly created. We had a waiting list starting in around October, just because the level of need right now is so big. It was 7 kids when I wrote this slide. We have made it through. It's a little bit shorter now, but but because of the need, it's going to be hard to get through all the kids who need it this year. And so I'm ending up triaging and meeting with kids monthly, and we're doing the best we can. I also just wanted to really highlight here again, the reason our numbers are actually somewhat manageable for our program is because of Mr. Kaysen and the academic counselors. The academic counselors have been keeping our numbers low, and we've done amazing teamwork trying to, triage kids and meet their needs without getting the full counseling services. But, that's with a lot of effort on our part to sort of streamline and triage as best we can. And the other thing I wanted to highlight is this last point here, the really intensive collaboration. We have had some really high need students this year. And I do think it has to do with the pandemic and transitioning back to school. And so we've really had a need for all hands on deck with a few kids with getting them to school because there's been some school refusal and difficulties making it to school. And also some kids who are having a really hard time staying in class. So it's been kind of a all hands on deck year. Next slide, please. So these are the clinical themes I've touched upon with those numbers, but just wanting to really hammer home that the mental health of the AMS students has been deeply impacted by the COVID pandemic, remote learning, transitioning back. It's just been, I think, uniquely difficult for adolescents and middle schoolers, in particular, although high schoolers too. I think middle school and high school is probably like one of the toughest ages to deal with this pandemic for a lot of different reasons. But at AMS, what we're seeing is real increases in the frequency and intensity of depression, of anxiety, of social anxiety with peers, feeling very overwhelmed being around people at school, academic stress and overwhelm, a lot of issues with eating that have increased, a lot of gender dysphoria, and in particular, much more suicidal ideation. Me and my interns are doing suicide assessments at a greater rate than we have in past years, and the level of acuity is higher. We have more referrals than we can really handle, hence the wait list, and the reason I'm having to do so much case management and referring families out, because we want people to get help as soon as they can. And so just overall, the kids are needing more therapeutic support right now. Next slide, please. So, we are, as I mentioned, we are doing a ton of teamwork and meeting and talking and working with kids as best we can. And I think the middle school has an amazing approach to the social and emotional well-being of its students. But some things that I think would really help. The first one, this is a big one, is just more space, more rooms. We are so lucky that next year we're going to get 2 rooms at Albany Middle School, which means we are going to double our mental health program. Right now, we have 1 room that we're using. And so that means that only 1 mental health person can be on site providing therapy at a time. Next year with 2 rooms, we'll be able to have more interns. We can do more exchanges between the school sites if other interns are interested in being at the middle school. So we'll be able to see more kids. And 2 rooms is an amazing start, but 3 rooms would mean, just more space would mean we could do more groups more easily. We could have more interns and we could see more kids ultimately, which is really my goal. And then the last thing that I would be hoping for is to increase the intern stipend. Right now, we give the interns $1,500 for the entire school year. And that's just not a competitive going rate. And so what that means is we might miss out on some really great people who just can't afford to work for so little. And it also might be impacting the diversity of the interns we see. It means that we're getting interns who are financially able to basically not work for much. And so that just impacts who can apply to us and who we can take. And we really want to make sure that we're giving opportunities to everybody. Next slide. And now I will pass it off to Will Kaysen to tell you a little bit about the S3 program.
Well, thank you, Rachel, and to our amazing board I want to thank you for your support of social and emotional learning, as well as mental health and mental health services for our students. I believe that when we look at our school district, that we were in the early stages of preparedness to face what we didn't know what was going to be coming our way, such as this pandemic. And one of the things that's really important, as we see when it comes to our tier services, as we look at tier 1 that you see on the slide there, is being able to provide a sustainable, comprehensive system of support for students. And that's what happens with tier 1 services there at Albany Middle School. And I want to pause here if I want to take the board through an experiential, hands-on type of activity, something that we do in the S3 that's related to mindfulness and related to cognitive development. And I can't see you right now based on the screen, but the board, if you can do, I'm going to take you through what we call 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the first one is 5, and it's only going to take a minute or less to go through these 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I'd like for you to take 5 purposeful deep breathing, what we call deep purposeful breathing. So breathe in through your nostrils, hold it 1, 2, and slowly exhale like you're blowing a balloon or blowing through a straw. And then try that again. 1, 2, 3, exhale, hold it, exhale, inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale. And that's the 5. The 4 is, I want you to think of 4 things that make you special and unique, almost like affirmations. I'm awesome, I'm beautiful, I'm bold, I'm courageous, I'm a servant leader, I'm dynamic, I'm a visionary. So 4 things that make you special and unique. Number 3, I want you just to look around and see something that maybe you haven't noticed while you've been on Zoom. And we do this, research shows that every like 15 to 20 minutes, we have to do what we call a brain shift. And that's taking our eyes off of the screen and try to look for something new and something different. So 3 things around you. Number 2, I want you to think about 2 people that support you, that are advocate, that are a champion for you, that believe in you and inspire you. And then number 1 is one thing that you can do to make a difference or impact in the lives of others. And that's what we call our 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Some of the activities that I do with students there in the S3. So next slide, please. As you know, when it comes to the past 18 months, students have been tremendously affected. As we know and look at brain research, we know when we have high stressors in our life, it affects our cognitive development. It also affects our executive functioning. And so I believe that we're still at the early stages of trying to get an understanding of how this pandemic is affecting the lives of our students. We see the numbers across the board nationally and globally that over 75% of students are expressing more depression and anxiety. And as Rachel have already mentioned, and you heard from Joanne and also Heather, when it comes to trepidation about what the future looks like. And that's ongoing stressors that have been compacted in students' lives and how it affects them in classrooms and academically. It affects them when it comes to their focus, their creativity. It affects when it comes to their emotional regulator. It affects their impulse, but also when it comes to relationships and working well with others. And just yesterday, I was with a student that was experiencing a panic attack. And one of the things that stands out for me when the student was experiencing this panic attack is they had 2 friends around them. And as I walked them to the S3, their friends were saying, it's going to be okay. We're here for you. And I believe in the old African proverb, it says, a bundle of sticks are unbreakable. And I believe as we look at our board, as we look at, as Rachel mentioned, our support system that we have with our staff, our counselors, and our mental health, is that when we work together, we're unbreakable. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned about the comprehensive system of support, it's pretty much like that tier 1, 2, and 3 multi-service team approach. And as Rachel mentioned, we're seeing more of high intense services that students are requiring. And that's the same thing that I'm seeing in S3. Before, it was given more coping skills for students, but now students are coming and they're expressing grief that they are experiencing based on family members of people that have been close to them. Lives have been lost as a result of COVID or a terminal illness. Also, as I mentioned about the panic attack, we've seen disturbances in sleeping patterns, but also when students are just trying to function throughout the school day. And they say, hey, look, I get fidgety, I can't be still, I need to walk around, I need to pace the floor. And so as we look at this well-being support system structure that we have in place, this comprehensive systems of support model, it takes all of us working together, from the counseling office to mental health to our interns and our administration team, providing this service to students to help their not only academic needs get met, but their social and emotional needs as well. Next slide, please. And so, as I mentioned about, and Rachel was sharing about some of the different things that we do in the S3, I just shared with you as you went through that experiential piece with me, that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the tools needed to change in S3. As I look at the numbers from my first year there, 2019, we had about 175 students that first semester come through S3, and these are unique students. What I mean by unique, they're not repeat or duplicate students. And this year, first semester, the numbers were pretty much the same, around 160, 165. But the difference has been the intensity of the work or services that students were requesting. And so we've done a few things like art therapy. I also purchased a punching bag, and we had a punching bag inside S3 that students can let off some of the things that they were just dealing with. And I think Heather made it clear on one of the conversations where we're having. I said, hey, I got to get this punching bag out of here because this punching bag is no longer useful because it received so many punches. And Heather said, maybe that's a metaphor of what some students are really experiencing, needed to get the out. And research shows that when we do what we call a body movement or mind movement, it helps regulate the flow in the brain and the brain waves. And what we're doing in S3 is focus on a lot of cognitive reserves, being able to give students some skills, some techniques that they not only can use there in S3, but they can be transferable, use these in the classroom and also use them in home or in the community. And so one of the things that we do is sometimes with students, when they're dealing with anxiety, we have a couple of jump ropes. We jump rope or we do some jumping jacks. Next slide, please. And as you've heard before, the increase of anxiety and stress, but also the psychological and traumatic experience. And one thing I enjoy about our district that we're trauma informed and we use trauma practices. And as we explore what's happening with students pre-COVID and the present moment that we're in, we see the need of high intensive therapeutic services that students are really crying out for. And from the aromatherapy to the art therapy to fidgets, as Rachel was mentioning, to small group interaction or small group counseling that I do with students one-on-one, to mentoring, to movement breaks, to brain breaks, are some of the things that we have to increase to make sure students get the services in which they need. Next slide. And here's some things that students say about S3. It's a place for them to feel inspired, but also a place for them to connect with friends. And one of the things that we've implemented this year too in S3 is a survey for students. When they, upon entry, when they have the invitation to come to S3 after signing in, they do a survey. They express how they're feeling for that day. They express what things are challenging for them in school in the survey, and also what things are inspiring for them. And I would say 90% of the survey stated that students are happy to be at school because of the social connections they have with friends. Next slide, please. And on average, as I mentioned, we have 14 students that visit S3 daily. About 30% of those students are repeat students, that they come frequently throughout the week to S3. That's more than twice during the week. And as I mentioned, the numbers at first semester in 2019, the numbers were around 175 students at first semester from August to December. And the numbers are pretty much the same now, as I mentioned, but the level of service, the intense services in which students are needed has changed. And also I do a lot of push-ins too, going inside classrooms and meeting with students in classrooms and providing support to teachers on what are some of the coping skills and techniques that students can use in the classroom and also teachers can share. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, some of these from cognitive behavior therapy to the movement breaks and rhythmic drumming and music that we play. That is because we know all students are uniquely different. And S3 is designed for students to find out what works best for them, and we move in that direction. So it's the whole multifaceted approach. Next slide, please. And I want to thank you, board, for your support in putting us, I believe, ahead of other districts when it comes to mental health, and when it comes to social and emotional learning, and your advocacy to provide the best services, because we know our whole focus is what's in the best interest of our students. So I'll turn it over to you, Shelley. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Will, and it's wonderful to be here tonight. Julie, I'm wondering if you can invite Kim in. Kim Cohen, I'd love to introduce her to you all. She is our newest member of the mental health team. I'm just scrolling to see if she's in.
I just moved her in, so
super.
I think it takes a second. Yeah.
There we go. Hi, Kim. So Kim is waving, and if I can just have a quick time check, how much time we have as the high school to present, so I want Kim to be able to speak a little bit at the end.
I'll let Director Biggs speak to that.
Well, I think, you guys have a little bit more than 10 minutes because I think we're doing pretty good. So I would say if you do 10 minutes, that'd be great. And then we'll have, ample enough time for some questions.
Thank you so much. So largely reporting on numbers, actually, one of our slides talks a little bit about what we're seeing, and it just sounds like that we're seeing almost exactly what the middle school and the elementary schools are seeing. But let me just give you a sense of the numbers. This is strictly at AHS. We've had 145 students referred already, so we're aiming for about 300 if things continue, and I'm guessing they will. Our referrals come from everywhere. And this year, I'd say increasingly we have students referring themselves. I get a few a week who are saying, please, can I talk to someone? It's about 50% more than pre-COVID. And last year, there were about, I think, 162 students served all together. So you can see that we're already at 145. So it's a little overwhelming. I'll just put that out there. We have room for about 45 in ongoing treatment, sort of at a time. I do want to remind you all, I think you may know, we have one fewer intern this year than we've had before, but because we lost a room in our mental health suite, this intern backed out about a week before school started. And I just felt like it was fortuitous in a way because we didn't have the space for her. So we dropped our search for what would be our full complement of interns this year. Of the 145 referred, so about a third are in treatment, about 60 others have been assessed who declined or who I was able to refer out, often speaking to parents. And that leaves us again about another third, now about 40 who are being case managed, I would say, a good way to say it, juggled by me, seen infrequently, dropping in occasionally, awaiting a provider on wait lists. Our great news is that Kim Cohn has arrived. She's contracted to work 40 hours a week and just see kids, although she is capable of so much more, but to see students. And by her third week, which I believe will be next week, she should have picked up about 15 students. And so of the 25 others, and again, this grows by about 5 a week, about half of them are seen every few weeks by me. Half are still waiting for their first meeting with me. So we've got a longer wait list, even just to see what's up and figure out where these students are emotionally. Next slide, please. The only way I can really imagine handling the immense need this year is to really start thinking about reducing the frequency of visits for some of the students who are currently being seen, moving to every other week, which is not a model I love, but we are going to need to fold in many more students into the existing providers. We're going to need to terminate sessions with students who are doing better, probably before we might have wanted to terminate them. But if they're doing a little better, perhaps saying, that we need to stop seeing you weekly or every other week, but please, we're here. Let us know if things heat up for you. And then to offer groups where possible. So we're also trying to look at that. And this would be in order to continue increasing our availability for new referrals. Next slide, please, will be for Rachel.
Hi again, everybody. So I am at the middle school and I'm also the Mcgregor Mental Health Program Coordinator. And so here are some stats about Mcgregor. And just a reminder for those who might not be as familiar with MAC. So Mcgregor is the credit recovery program. Juniors and seniors who are not on track to graduate for whatever reason can take one or more classes with Mcgregor in order to get back on track and graduate on time. It's a really lovely small community, 5 teachers, 1 academic counselor, and as I note in this slide, all students are provided with an initial assessment to see if they need mental health services or to see if they would like it. So all Mcgregor students are provided with an opportunity to meet with myself or our Mcgregor intern. So all of them get an initial assessment where we evaluate their needs, help them adjust to MAC, just sort of say hello, see how they're doing. And if they want services, we start seeing them or we provide case management if needed. Right now, we have 28 students in Mcgregor, which is slightly higher than usual, though not hugely so. Really, the notable differences about this year in Mcgregor is that we have a higher number of juniors in the program. Usually, Mcgregor tends to have more seniors as they're trying to make sure they get all their ducks in order to graduate. But because of the social emotional challenges and the academic stressors of remote learning, more people who are juniors this year really fell behind in their sophomore year and so are in Mcgregor to catch up. And I'll just remind you that seniors were given a credit reduction from the state of California. So that's why we don't have as many seniors in Mcgregor. They didn't need to make up some of those credits. And then the last thing is we are seeing, like everywhere else, it seems, a higher level of acuity and needs, both academic, real struggles academically, hard time staying on task, hard time finishing homework, hard time engaging in class, coming to class at all. They're more behind in credits than past years, but also we're seeing some significant behavioral and emotional issues as well. Next slide, please. And so just to sum up what's been noteworthy at both the high school and Mcgregor, and really everywhere else, we've seen an increased mental health acuity, intensity overall, social anxieties, general anxieties, increase in mental health disorders, what looks like real depression, real anxiety, and PTSD. Especially at the high school, a real increase in suicidal ideation and the risk assessments we're doing. I think I'm doing at the high school, I'm either overseeing an intern or doing a meaningful suicide assessment almost weekly, but certainly twice a month. That's sort of beyond the typical what you might be doing as a school therapist at a high school. There is an increase in impulsivity, more fights, more escalating peer conflict and drama, stuff on social media, resulting in aggression towards others and the self. Rise in difficulties with attention and just a harder time sitting through the school day. And then an increase in urgent and crisis needs for those who've had a really hard time, especially with self-regulation and coping resilience throughout the pandemic. Next slide. Thank you.
So we can go very quickly. I just wanted to bring these slides back. They were from the presentation we did in March. And they were to show this increase. The years only go till 2017. I think we know from the American Academy of Pediatrics and other sources who've declared a national emergency around mental health that these spikes are just going up and up. So next slide, please. I just wanted to remind you all that there's just been this incredible rise that has probably would have continued, is my guess, and COVID has just exacerbated. Next slide, please. And you can look at these in the board, but I did want to make sure we had a chance to talk about our needs. Space has always been a constraint at the high school, with the loss of one of our counseling rooms, which was the size of a closet. We have this unbelievably greater need and even less space than ever. Kim, at this point, it has an office only 2 of her 5 days a week, and is busy signing out conference rooms, which are often not great spaces to see students. I know we spoke last March about the possibility of another modular unit or just creating more office space at the high school. It continues to be urgently needed, certainly by next year. I know that the elementary schools is not going to be out of the larger space, but we are desperate for space tomorrow and last week. Computers and software, our interns are still using their personal computers. Still looking for that item and software that would be appropriate for mental health needs. Rachel already spoke about the compelling need to raise stipends for interns. I know in various placements where they've been paid $3,000 a year, that interns are going to be offered $5,000 and $10,000 for next year. These are among, my friends who run programs like ours at different schools and different healthcare agencies. I think we should plan now to have an additional licensed school-based mental health provider at the high school for next year. Again, 145 referrals already. I can only assume it'll be 300 by the end of the year. And we need that. And the reason I would like to express some urgency about this is that Rachel and I are about to start interviewing, probably starting next month, interns for next year. And given our space constraints and how much more a licensed person could do, Kim can do about 2 interns worth of work and 3 interns worth of work, and possibly 3.5. So if there's a licensed person next year, not only could a licensed person supervise more interns if we had space, but if there was no more space and we were able to get a licensed person, we would really need to reduce the number of interns we use next year. And that would be really important for Rachel and I to know in the next month or 2, because our best intern applicants are going to be applying now. We've gotten several applications already, and I don't want to lose them by having to say, we're not 100% sure yet if we have space. We're still not sure of our staffing. If we could get something like a modular unit in and could get a licensed person who could also supervise, let's say we could get 3 more spaces, we could really expand our program, I think, to fit the need for next year. That would be just amazing. Ultimately, we would love to enlarge the program. I think this is what I just said, to more supervisors and more interns once space is available in the new building. But that will be, I think, in a few years. I reviewed many upstream solutions to reduce stress and the need for clinical services. If you want to look back at our slideshow from March of 2021, and I'd love to build the capacity to have more qualified therapists to facilitate affinity groups at AHS, like those that Sally was running in years prior. We and Rachel in particular, we have the people to be contracted for an hour a week each, or 2 hours a week. It would be great to have these affinity groups have a co-facilitator at least who shares the same quality as the affinity group, whether that's gender related or race related or anything like that. So there we go. I think that may be it. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the time for thank you. And if we have 2 minutes, I'd love Kim to be able to say a quick hello and lead us through an activity.
Well, hello, everyone. It's great to be here. And just a very quick thank you to Principal McNally, Director Biggs, and Shelley, who is doing so much more than what she just shared with you. She's really triaging the immediacy of the mental health needs at Albany High right now. So I'm really honored to be here. I know I only have a couple minutes, and I would love to just pull the board and see what you're up for. There's a very brief visual presentation I could give, about a minute worth, and then follow it with a very brief experiential movement piece for anybody that was interested in seeing how we provide psychoeducation with tangible learning mixed with what Will so aptly described as like brain and movement for cognitive capacity building. So I'll turn it over to you. I can't really see everyone now because of the screen share, but I can just give the brief presentation, or we can just get up and move. So number one, fingers up if you want to get up and move, or if you want to turn your cameras off and move because you're shy, or two, if you want to hear the little brief presentation and then I'll model the movement piece. One for the didactic, two for the movement. I'm seeing one. Okay, so the didactic piece comes from a neuropsychiatrist from UCLA. You've probably all heard of him, Dr. Dan Siegel. He's an author in social emotional learning. He describes what he calls his hand model of the brain. You can nod if you've seen this. He does it with one hand. I like to teach students with two hands because we have a right side and a left side of our brain, and it's in the what's called hemispheric bilateralization, when we can actually engage both the left side and the right side simultaneously. Then we can access the mid part of the brain, which lives in the thumbs, which is where our trauma and our emotions are stored. It's also just behind that, buried in the deep midbrain or the mammalian brain, is our language center, the Broca's area. That's why when we're in trauma, fight, flight, or freeze, we often can't speak or we don't have words. So Dr. Siegel will tell us that this is our brain stem. It's our reptilian or survival brain. The oldest part is our wrist, that the midbrain is the mammalian brain, and the front part is our neofrontal cortex, executive functioning, cognitive choice making, decisions, and logic. I show students it's both right brain, left brain, and when the alarms go off and we're stuck here in our amygdala, our front brain and our decision-making capacity literally goes offline, and that's when you see people freaking out. So one way to address this, to help bring students back into some self-regulation, back into their thinking brain, is to cross the midline, because this center part is mediated by a sheath called, you probably heard this, the corpus callosum. When the blood flow is stimulated between the left and the right brain, they can actually integrate and work together. So one way that stimulates this blood flow and is playful and fun is to cross the midline of the brain, the midline of the body. So we know that the right hemisphere mediates the left side of the body. The left hemisphere mediates the right side of the body, as in stroke survivors. So I will often invite students to stand up, something you can do in your desk or even in a bathroom stall. If anybody wants to join me, feel free. Turn your camera off if you want. Basically, you need about a foot in front of you and a foot behind you. And you just start swinging your arms, tapping your right hand to your left hip and your left hand to your right hip. This is called empty coat sleeves movement, as if you're wearing a coat that's buttoned at the chest, but your arms are dangling out of the sleeves. And as you swing and tap, those sleeves are hitting. As you do this, you are stimulating the left brain and the right brain to speak to one another. And if you can engage a student and get them to speak a little bit more, tell you about their trauma, tell them about the pressure they feel, while they're doing this, it can actually help dislodge some of that anxiety and some of that deeply buried traumatic material. And so I often have them bring it up to speed, really tap as fast as you can without losing your balance, and then slow it down and show them that if they can consciously breathe, purposefully slow down the breath and slow down the movement, we can also slow down the imagery and the anxiety. We can stand together and I ask them, what are you feeling? And I'll ask you, what are you feeling? You might notice you're tingling. You might feel stimulated. At this point, I might encourage someone to sit down and then be ready to talk because they've had the opportunity to discharge, engage playfully, and get back into their body. So that's just an example of one of the things we can do. So I want to thank you all, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Shelley. And thank you, everyone else, for the mental health team in Albany Unified School District. That was an amazing presentation. Really appreciate the time and effort that you put in for it this evening and all the work that you guys do every day with our students at school. So I'd love to be able to, and I'm feeling really relaxed now after that exercise, Kim. So I think this would be a really great time for us to open up to the board for any questions they may have for you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Trustee Doss, go ahead.
Hey, Coach Doss, great to see you.
Hello there. You know what? Trustee Dan, go ahead.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, I was getting a little emotional there because, I feel that this is so needed. And it was just appalling to see the statistical differences. And especially the fact that we had like a waiting list. That was just incredibly eye-opening. And I took a ton of notes. But something that really stood out to me was the S3 program idea. I thought that was such a great, the way you described it just seemed like such a great resource for students at the middle school. And I just had like a question pop into my mind. So I know you said that there were 14 students that were that come in daily. What is the capacity for students that you can hold in there? And are we meeting that capacity? Are there people waiting to get in there? So those are a couple of my questions. I have follow-ups if you don't mind.
Trustee Dan, well, thank you for the great work that you're doing in representing our students. And with the S3 idea, I have to give honor and also respect and with a heart of gratitude for Superintendent Dr. Wells, as well as our extraordinary principal at AMS, Principal Burrell. It was their idea to have this S3 based on the needs that were present there at Albany Middle School. And the capacity, given the COVID protocols that we're in right now, I try to tap it off about 8 students in at one time. And sometimes there are students that come by like, Mr. C, I want to say, call me Mr. C. Mr. C, I need to come in the S3 right now. I say, well, we have 8 students in right now. So if you could come back in 15 minutes. And that's a great question you have. Last week, we had 8 students in at one time. And what I decided to do, instead of having S3 inside the classroom, we went out and did a wellness walk. And when we do our wellness walks, I encourage students to use their 5 senses. What do you see? What do you feel? What do you smell? What do you taste? And I say, use your 5 senses, as we're taking this wellness walk. And that's, given what's happening with COVID, we try to keep it to, 7 to 8 students max in the room at any given time. And students can, the goal is for students to take, like we say, like a brief brain and movement break, anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, and then come back to return back to their classroom.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up, I know my peers, especially just when thinking about students, I know that this would be an incredible resource for a lot of students, and I'm wondering like how how are students aware that programs like these exist? Is it only for the certain students that might have had a referral, or is it for the general student population?
Well, another great question for you. And one of the things, when I first started, I started in August 2019 there at AMS, and students said, students were not aware. It was a handful of students that were aware of S3. And students mentioned to me, said, I thought it was just for students that were in trouble. I'm like, no, S3 is open for every AMS students. We have almost 900 students, and the service is open for every student. And one of the things that I really enjoy now, I have students coming in, they said, I didn't even know about S3, but my friends told me about S3, or I'll have someone, they'll bring a student to S3, like, this is my friend. They need some coping skills, Mr. C. Can you help them like you helped me? They need a fidget. And that's the thing that, it's pretty much like mental health. There's a not trauma, but there's a stigma associated with mental health. And when folks have been faced with traumatic experiences, and that's the reason why there's usually a 10-year delay before a person seeks treatment that has a mental health challenge. And so what I do is I'll try my best to make sure that I'm visible and engaged with students on campus to make sure that they know about the S3 services and that S3 is open for all students. And if you just need to take a break, and it's different because sometimes students come in, they just need to throw the tennis ball against the wall. And sometimes students will come in and say, well, Mr. C, I really don't need to see you right now, but I want to sit in front of Alexa and I want to hear classical music. Or one of the other big thing that happened this year, the room is filled with finger painting. Students come in and say, well, I want to paint. Where are the paintbrushes? I said, we're not using paintbrushes, we're using our fingers to paint because it does something for the brain and mind. And there's a whole array of artwork all over S3. So the whole goal and the teachers do a great job of inviting me in at the beginning of the year just to do a presentation of S3. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate all of your work. And yeah, those are all my questions. And I'm also glad that it seems like the general student body has access and has the knowledge of this program. So yeah, thank you so much.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you.
Trustee Doss, go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation and appreciate all the information. I took notes. I have a lot of questions. My first question is about the laptops. I feel like this was brought up the last time you came to visit us. And so I don't usually like doing this. And I've mentioned this a few times to Dr. Wells, so he knows I don't like doing this. But since this came up a lot, I'm going to put you on the spot, Dr. Wells. I apologize in advance. Can you think of any barriers or challenges that are preventing us from getting this department the laptops that they've been requesting for a while now? Only because we just bought like thousands of laptops or Chromebooks for everybody in the district. And it seems like a pretty important thing, but it doesn't really feel, and I could be wrong, which is why I'm asking the question, like a super tall task. So I'd like to kind of start with that one, and then I'll jump into my other questions.
I would love to answer that.
That was directed to me.
Sorry.
That was directed to me. First of all, Trustee Doss, thank you for the question. That is news to me. I can look into it and get back to you because I could agree that this seems like a reasonable request. And so I want to see whether or not it went to the immediate supervisor first and see whether or not there is an order out or not. But we would look into it, and I can give you an update on the Friday update, or if you like, that way the whole board would have an update on the issue you just raised.
Yeah, no, I think a follow-up on the Friday update would be great, and then maybe a timeline on when that could be completed. I mean, I'm only one board member, so I can't speak for the other four, but I would hope that we would all be in agreement on that one. Seems like a pretty kind of small, but really important thing. So I wanted to kind of start with that. Dr. Biggs, was there something that you wanted to kind of add in on there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, we have purchased laptops. You know, whenever I was brought in to work with the team, we worked to identify some laptops. The challenge is the order's been out, and it can't just be a Chromebook because of some of the confidentiality challenges. And that's something that the team and I really, looked at, and I heard them. And so we were able to find some laptops, and we're just waiting for them to come in. So honestly, it's just the purchase order is out there, and they just haven't been delivered yet. So, and I think we put that purchase order, and Shelley, correct me if I'm wrong, is that November? I think we did that, Rachel and Shelley?
I believe it was October.
October?
Yeah, I think it was October.
So it's out there, and I can follow up with our tech department who gave us the purchase order and the vendor that we were working with to see where they're at.
Thank you for that, Dr. Biggs. That's my Friday update. They're ordered and they're on their way.
Yeah, I hate to harp on this, but that I'm really trying to choose my words carefully because we have so much loaded stuff that I don't want to use up all my stuff so soon, but that's a really long time for an order to be out. And as far as that's unacceptable. So what other options do we have? Because I feel like at this point, we can go to Best Buy and purchase the laptops so that everybody has what they need. And so the students are getting the maximum services that they need. We received millions of dollars in order to help with COVID. So we just go to Best Buy, we buy the laptops. When the order from this place that we shouldn't be using anyway because they're incompetent comes in, then we can do a buyback or sell those laptops or give them to somebody else once we wipe them clean and take the confidentiality, things like that. And there's somebody else in the district that can use these high quality laptops, but just sitting around and waiting while our staff doesn't have the equipment that they need in order to effectively do their job, or they're using their personal laptops, which you just mentioned, they can't use the Chromebooks because of confidentiality and things like that. I'm assuming that using their personal laptops affects that same confidentiality and probably feels like a HIPAA violation. So maybe that shouldn't be happening. So this seems like a 911 and that somebody should just get in their car and drive to Best Buy and buy the laptops. And then have our tech department do what they need to do in order to make them secure so that people can use that. So I don't know. I mean, I'd like a Friday update, but I'm thinking more in terms of just buying the computers by Friday and getting everybody what they need would be more sufficient because it seems kind of, we literally been on Zoom for 2 years. So if everybody doesn't have the computer that they need, that seems pretty, that's actually mind blowing to me. That's because you need a computer to do the job because we're all on Zoom. And so if they say, hey, I don't have a personal computer, and then what? So that feels, there's a lot of issues with that. There's an equity issue. There's a supplies issue, feels like a personal information issue, HIPAA issue, privacy issue with the students, a lot of issues that it seems like we can fix with a quick drive to Best Buy or Target or Walmart or the other 15 places that I can name that sell computers that could get them to us faster than this place that we put the orders in October. So that seems silly. So let's get that done by Friday. So now we can get to my actual questions. The mental health department talked about increasing the stipend to make things more competitive. And so I'm wondering what barriers might be standing in the way of that. And so if we could kind of just get some clarification on that as to why the stipend is what it is now and what would be the challenges, barriers, or things to prevent us from increasing that, so we can, make an informed decision there.
Trustee Dawes, did you want us to answer that now or take all the
whatever is
okay?
I guess it's easier to kind of tackle that one. Go for it.
Yeah, thanks. When folks come to the board and say, hey, we need more money here and there, that has an impact, because when we get more money here, we also have to give it there and there and there and there, and to be fair and to make sure it works within the budget. However, in this case, we're talking about such a minimum amount, and we're talking about a stipend opposed to a salary. But we have to be cognizant that we're fair for even those who also can benefit from it but didn't ask for it. So that is some of the things we consider, none of which preclude us from increasing that, because we do want to remain competitive and get folks to come to Albany and work with our kids, because we're actually getting almost free services with these interns, but they get something out of it too, and they get the experience. And then we have to start looking at making sure they have high quality supervision, because these are not skilled and fully trained professionals. And we want our kids to have highly skilled and fully trained professionals supervising the work so that they get the adequate support they need. And so that's not off the table, but when we go back into budgeting, we'll put it on the table and look and see what we can do.
Okay. Well, I look forward to hearing more on that. There was also a mention of space needed. And so I guess I wanted kind of a clarification on the space. Is there kind of like specific needs for the space? Are there like, it has to be here or it needs to be there, or because from what I understand, there are like kind of open classroom, empty classroom, or different things in different places. But I'm wondering, like, is there like kind of certain criteria for a room or a space to be used by the mental health department?
I can answer that, at least for the middle school. Because of the age of middle schoolers, it's nice to have, a classroom is fine, but the really nice thing about having a designated room that can be a therapy space is kids still like to play at that age, or sometimes in order to open up, they want to play a card game or Jenga, or you toss a ball. And so the room, it's hard to lug all of that to multiple different classrooms. So it'd be nice for our therapists to be able to have one classroom. At the middle school currently it's brightly painted and there are trees and a sort of a picture of a window in it. We have a sand tray, which is a particular therapeutic technique that is really great for this age group. Where you can use a lot of creativity and imagination and play, but sand tray requires a tray of sand and a ton of figurines. So not having a stationary place for that, for example, is hard. The other thing is we have a lot of PHI. And so there just needs to be a home for that PHI, and we write notes after every session. So we could bring around our particular folders for that day of the kids we're seeing, but anyway, there's just a lot of stuff to lug around, and you want the room to sort of feel comfortable. So a classroom's quite large and a little bit harder to feel maybe like a place where a kid could really open up and get into a headspace to do therapy. But on the other hand, we do run groups. And so a room where, especially with COVID protocol, I don't know how long that's going to last, but a room where kids can sit and talk together and maybe even do some movement, where there's enough space for that would be great. But, the conference rooms can be booked out for that. What is at the middle school anyway feels more important, and at the high school, but I'll let Shelley speak for that more, but really would be rooms where therapy could be the primary purpose of that room, and we could keep therapeutic stuff in the room.
You know, I think Rachel answered it so well. I mean, you want to, there's the ideal world or there's the real world. I've been working in schools for 30 years. I've seen students in, you know, closet size rooms, and one of our rooms is a closet size room. And I've seen kids when there was the fire at Berkeley High, in the room where the health center was. I've seen kids in the big theaters, locker room for the, you know, for the band before they go up to perform. Like I've seen kids in the shower, large shower room. So in the ideal world, and in terms of Kim specifically and her needs, I would say what's really important is a room where she can be all day. And so what's happened, you know, even if she moves to 5 different rooms on 5 different days, but lugs the materials just once. The problem with what's happening now is for 3 days a week, she is signing out rooms in the big conference rooms, which is actually only working because of Omicron, because our SSTs and IEP meetings that typically happen in those rooms are happening more on Zoom. Normally those rooms are booked out. And I hate to think about what will happen when we come back to having IEPs and SSTs, and she's got a student, she's booked out the room, let's say for 4th period, but the IEP that was going on 3rd period takes, this happens all the time, and she and her client are waiting. You know, it's not a good solution. It's what we're doing because we have no other choice right now. But ideally, you know, a nice regular office space size place where an intern or Kim could stay for the day. There's a lot, after seeing students, there's a lot of, you know, time needed just to gather your thoughts, what just happened, take notes, et cetera. And it's not the kind of job that lends itself well to running around, although certainly at times we will do that to provide the services.
And just one thing, you know, and Shelley and I and Kim and I were talking today in the past couple of days, and we're working with the site principal to look at some more permanent solutions, and we have some creative ideas. But I think, you know, we do have increased number of, you know, staff on site, whether it's a certified, you know, a nurse, or if it's additional special education provider that has created some barriers, but has some creative ideas, and just need to work with Mr. McNally, who I know is a huge proponent of making sure that our students are being served, and that our staff have the necessary space for them to have that service. And I also think, you know, we were, you know, thinking about Kim coming on. We were just so excited about bringing her on. It was like, let's bring her on, and then we'll build it when she's here. And so we're in that situation right now, and you know, we don't want to continue to have her being across multiple rooms. So we'll work with Mr. McNally to figure out what we can do.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for taking all my questions. And so I just will end with, you know, my appreciation for each and every one of you in the mental health department. It's amazing, you know, what you all are doing. I can only imagine how tough the job is and how much tougher it's become with COVID and everything that comes with that. So really appreciate everything that you're doing and all the extra time that I know you're spending to help our students and staff, for that matter, make it through all of this. So we really appreciate it, and we'll continue to do our part to help you to do the job that you're doing. Thank you.
Vice President Duran.
Trustee Lita, did you want to go first? I knew your hand was up before. No? Okay. Let me start by thanking mental health professionals that are here with us tonight. It's really important to hear from you. I need to let you know, though, that I'm in a crisis right this very moment, because I personally feel we heard this story last March. And I am embarrassed that we have not moved on some of your needs. And I think it's incumbent, especially given the crisis that our students are in and the way you describe them so eloquently. And it's just heartbreaking to know that we as a board have not done our job. And I really have lost patience because we have got to address this. We cannot every year have excuses for why we're not addressing these issues. We had $7.2 million in COVID monies that we were given, right? And I ended up doing a little analysis, well, just breaking it down by categories. And at that time, I was able to find only about 1% of all those monies were focused on mental health and counselors. And I know at the last year, when we heard these similar concerns, I felt there was a great agreement by the board that we had to address these issues. And now we come around another year and we hear about the Mcgregor kids. That number has skyrocketed with all their academic and wellness needs. And I worry that how, even beyond you, how are we going to get these kids back on track within the next year or so? There are absolutely things that we need to do. And we need to, first of all, say we are committed to finding monies to addressing some of the needs that you've articulated so well tonight. Raising, getting money for the stipends for the interns, absolutely. For my one vote only. Having Ms. Cohn or here, I don't get why she wasn't here in the fall. I don't understand that. And so I would like to see us make a commitment tonight for going forward to be sure that next year we're going to have her in that place where the kids can start the year with so much support. I know the space is an issue, but we can't wait a year and a half or 2 years before Albany High gets its space back and AMS gets its space back. We've got to figure out something now. And I heard that you are working on some creative ideas. Well, as one board member, I'd certainly like to hear more about those. And I know Dr. Biggs had outlined in a general way some of the monies that are going into mental health. But I don't see really the specifics of, I don't see it really being spent the way all of you articulated it tonight. So I want a line item budget on it. I just feel that we are not doing what we need to do for the sake of our kids. The pandemic is something so unique, and so many of our kids suffered from remote learning, et cetera. And yet now we are saying, well, we're going to think about it some more. And this is the second time around that you've come to see us, and we're still in the same place. I think it's time. We can't have any more excuses. We really need to move on this in a thoughtful manner beginning tonight. The board we've got to have some action tonight from the board.
Trustee Lira.
Thank you. And I really appreciate your words, Trustee Biddle, and I wanted to echo that sentiment that clearly there are so many needs that need to be met for the mental health department. And I would also just like to appreciate, everyone in these mental health services supporting our students, supporting me, supporting so many people across the different school sites. I think it's fantastic that we have these resources, and I love the idea of like finger painting and really being able to relax and de-stress in these comfort spaces. And also I wanted to like advocate for affinity spaces. I heard that at the high school we were interested in having those, and I actually participated in one my freshman year, and that was like probably one of the like most, I don't know, I'm immediately like thinking of Inside Out, the movie where Riley, the main character, has this thing called a core memory, and it like makes a big part of her like personality. And one of my like, I think one of my core memories is just really participating in that space, because it was for queer students, and I didn't really feel like I was queer at the time, but I wanted to participate in that space to learn more about myself. And that is the space that I like decided to go by they, them pronouns for the first time. And like having some place like that for students, queer, like those that are people of color or have an identity that they feel needs to be like talked about out. Like, I just love that school can be a place now for not just academics. Like I used to think that it was only a place to like really just focus on academics, and I couldn't really express myself as a full person or just express my emotions. But I love that we have these spaces to take care of us in that way. Yeah, and I think the third thing that I wanted to mention was just also that I keep seeing, and I know that it's like hard to get into the nitty gritty of what exactly is causing this, but I'll always constantly, like, one of the number one things that we see an uptick of is just stress. And that is like, a lot of it has to do with a variety of factors. What I wanted to know more about, I don't know if like, I don't think it should be disclosed tonight because it could get into like a whole lot of things, but I want to know more about what like the intersection between like academics and stress, the intersection between like school environments and stress, ways in which the board can potentially create a policy to help alleviate some of that from like an overarching standpoint, because I know you guys have all these immediate needs in terms of space, in terms of funding, but if there's other ways that we can help support our students as well to how like maybe make sure that there aren't like 145 students all at once, like suffering for a variety of reasons. If any of those have to do with the school or like education, we would love to help with that. That's our job. And yeah, like I would just love to know more about ways in which students feel stressed, and we can make another student engagement survey. Trustee Dana and I can help with that. Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Doss.
Thank you. I'll save my question since I spoke already. Trustee Davidson, you can go ahead. I'll go after.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we could really quickly get an update. I'm looking back at the presentation from March of last year, and I'm looking back at the upstream slide, and I wish that we had included it. But there were a lot of things in here, and I really think when we're talking about mental health, that everything that you all are doing sounds wonderful for addressing the needs after the I don't want to call it a problem, but after the situation has already occurred, right? That's very responsive. And so I loved when we saw this last time, the upstream and the prevention. And so I'm wondering if we can go back. One, we had changing school start times and the semester calendar. And so we've done that. Kudos to our district. Okay. Number two, cell phone cases and lockers. So I'm wondering if we have any updates on if anything has happened with that. I'm seeing Shelley shake your head. Three, homework policies and test policies. I know that in terms of grading policies that the board policy committee is looking at that this year, but I don't know how that'll trickle down or if there's been any movement on that. Limits on the number of academic classes, limits on AP classes and honors classes. And I think we put that in a board in our bucket, test and project calendars, and then flipped classrooms and project-based learning. So if there's any updates on any of those upstream things from any of you, I would so appreciate it. And Shelley Ball, I just had to put this out there. I just realized that you were my counselor at Berkeley High because I was there during the fire. So just to give you some kudos, because it was a very positive experience, but actually I just made that connection when you said that, which is hilarious.
Thank you, Trustee Davidson. In terms of that, there's been some, we're certainly not where we were last year. There's been some movement and some progress, one of which we worked really, really hard to remedy of stress based on our student needs and suggestions. For example, the semester used to end after the holiday break, and kids didn't have a break. And so we fought like crazy to get that schedule. And so to hear that there's no progress, that's not an accurate characterization of the progress we made there. That was huge. The other piece is the principal has been good, not around policy, but around practice, which is most important, because we have 1,000,001 policies means nothing if you don't have the practice. And so in terms of meeting with the staff and letting them know no homework on long weekends and no homework over weekends to reduce the stress has been something of an initiative that has been taken on that caught fire with the teachers. So that is big. I think we have to do a better job bringing the board up to speed on what kind of progress we made. For example, I love what Trustee Davidson just did. Last year we were here and we made these suggestions. What kind of progress have we made on them, and what kind of additional things have we done? And we have put additional monies into mental health. But what does that mean? What's the translation of that money? What services did we get for that? And so we have staff working on that to share with the board and the public, because they should know that and they should hear that. And yet we have ways to go. And so, I really appreciate these annual reports, because they're an opportunity to check in. I really appreciate the question again that Trustee Davidson said, we're addressing the kids after the fact. I know what she means by that, but what can we do to prevent? And let me remind you, we're moving towards MTSS on the social and emotional side, where we can have a lot of preventative measures in place system-wide throughout, and that's something we're working with on hard behind the scenes, and hopefully we can start to roll it out in the fall, because that's an excellent question that needs to be answered. So thank you for those questions. There's an opportunity to share some specifics.
Mr. Kaysen, did you want to? I'm going to give you the chance to jump ahead of Trustee Doss if he's okay with that.
Great. Is it okay, Trustee Doss?
Absolutely, okay. Mr. Kaysen.
Yeah, on this tremendous and thankful Tuesday, I forgot to mention to the board, but as Dr. Wells was speaking about the progress, one of the things I want to highlight too, and it just jarred in my memory, was great work by Executive Director Richie. One thing that we did this past summer, we got a chance to have in summer school social emotional learning and also wellness during the summer for students. And so as I think about some progress and being able to highlight some of the successes, that's one thing that stood out. And we were able to meet and work with students over the summer that transitioned into full-time, in-person learning. And I would just suggest as a consider having something like that in summer from elementary, middle school, and also that learning, and so students.
I think we lost a little bit of the recommendation around the summer. I don't think that was just me.
Oh, yeah, I was.
If you don't mind repeating that.
Yes, I was making a recommendation if the board can consider across the grade levels from elementary, middle, and high school to have a summer program that focused on social emotional learning and wellness for our students, to offer that again this summer.
Great, thank you.
Over, thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee Doss.
Thank you. I wanted to ask for some clarification on the mention of a waiting list. I think maybe I might be misunderstanding. So if anybody could help me with that.
I think I'm the one who mentioned it. There are dozens of students at Albany High School who are waiting for services now. I try to triage them according to need. And I also wanted to say we're not going to take any of the new students we started seeing this semester and move them to less frequency, that would be the students who were already seen for, for much of the first semester, just in case, that made anyone nervous. But yeah, we've got lots of kids just waiting for space to open for us to see them. And I'm hoping to give many of them to Kim. And that's a matter of figuring out how that's just onboarding her, et cetera, and then finding space for her to see the students.
And I'll just
Trustee, excuse me. I apologize. Go ahead, Ms. Courtney.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to add that because of the requirements for interns learning, interns have to get a certain amount of supervision hours. So that would be individual supervision with Shelley or myself or Heather, depending on the school site. You have to have, for every 5 clinical hours that an intern has, you have to have an hour of clinical supervision where you're getting trained. So interns who are typically with us for 24 hours a week can only see 10 client hours a week. Now that might mean 12 clients or students on their caseload, but in order for them to meet their educational requirements and to make sure that they're doing a really good job so that we can really be overseeing their work, the number of students an intern can see lands at about 10. So for example, at the middle school, if we have 1 intern at the middle school, that's 10 kids that intern can see, plus whoever else I can fit into that one day that I'm there. So it really ends up limiting us. If it was just me and 1 intern, it's about 15 kids at a time. And hence why, if a kid starts doing better, I will then encourage that kid to come less frequently. And so this is part of why we really want to expand the intern program or have a licensed person, because a licensed person like Kim has no restraints. I mean, she could see 1 million kids if that was possible for a human, right? But so the more licensed people we have, the less limits we have on hours and numbers. And the more interns we have, the greater ability we are to see more kids. But it does then mean that Shelley or I are needing to supervise more and read more notes and oversee their work. So the expansion is great, but it does mean we need more people and more space. So that's where the wait list at the middle school, for example, comes from, that my interns are just at the max they can see. And until someone doesn't need the services, we can't really ethically add more on.
So let me, this is really important here, and because this is a surprise to me, and it's unacceptable to have kids in need and have to wait while they're in need. That one hits me very deeply. And so here's what we're going to do moving forward, because we can't contract these services off while there's an overage. There should never, ever be any reason why kids have to wait to receive these services. So I want to be crystal clear about that. Secondly, we're going to remove that wait list and get the additional folks in here so our kids can be seen immediately. And I don't want this to be a surprise anymore, so I'll handle that internally. But having kids have to wait when they're in crisis is deeply troublesome, and that can't continue. So we're going to address that like a 911, because it is. And so we'll be dealing with this first thing in the morning and have an update to the board and the community at our next board meeting, because that's not okay. And I got to figure out a way where I don't find out these kinds of things at a board meeting, but I find out when there's about to be a waiting list, so that we can intervene. And so we're going to look at our systems to tighten them up so this doesn't happen again. And I just wanted to cut through the chase, because this is, when we talk about putting kids first, it can't just be rhetoric. It has to be congruent with our actions. And if we have to pause and say, hey, this is a priority, this is not part of the plan, but we got to be advocates, not in our rhetoric, but in our responses. So we're going to have immediate response. It's the most important thing we deal with tomorrow morning, so we can remedy this, because this is not okay.
Trustee Doss, did you have another question?
I mean, I
think some of the staff might have wanted to respond to Dr. Wells. Sorry.
Yeah, I definitely have some follow-ups, but I see that a lot of the staff, they have their hands up, and so I want to give them an opportunity to speak, and maybe they'll answer my questions, my follow-up while they're speaking. So,
all right, I think Ms. Cohn, you were had your hand up. You all can decide what order to go in.
I want to defer to Shelley because I have a hunch Shelley's going to maybe mirror what I'm about to say. But Shelley, why don't you jump in and maybe I can follow you.
Well, I can just quickly say that our limits have always been about space. Rachel and I, on our own, could have more interns, and we always have about 10 interns who'd like to come to the high school, and we end up saying no to them. This has always been a space issue, so it's not a matter of hiring more consultants tomorrow. It's really a matter of finding us more space. And again, I thought the conversations that were the most exciting to me last year were about space. We talked tents, we talked modular units, things like that. I just wanted to throw that out, that has been our numbers have gone up steadily for the 18 years I've been there. And space has been our only constraint. I mean, ultimately we would, if we had more and more interns, we would need more supervisors, but space has been the constraint.
Okay, thanks, Shelley. That is what I was going to say, but I also wanted to address Trustee Davidson's points on both sides of the pipeline. For the preventative piece, well, let me just say, I run groups. Last time I counted over 1,500 hours running groups with teens, and that was probably 10 years ago. So if I had the space, I could run a group which would address both of those questions on the pipeline. Preventative, we could have a social emotional wellness play group that could be for anybody, and it could be interactive and improvisational and just a lot of fun to release stress. Also, Trustee Lyra's point. And then once the thing has happened, as you mentioned, space addresses the waitlist issue because we start to see similar themes, similar issues clustering, and we can invite several students into one group. So 1 hour can serve 4 to 6 students in a group if we have a private contained space large enough, as opposed to 6 hours to see those 6 students.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to move Zoom things and somebody started talking. I think it was you, Dr. Wells. Did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm going to just give you one possible remedy for space, because a couple of things. One, we have a couple of spaces at Ocean View, and then we have a nice size space at 1216 Solano, where we can create a schedule and caravan kids, because we have a van and we have a driver to do this. So we're going to be creative and innovative resolving this. I think collectively, the collective intelligentsia can resolve this. And I'm looking forward to doing that tomorrow as we look at opportunity. And thank you for clarifying. It's not the number of people, it's the space that you need in order to serve the kids. We have the space. We're not limited to high school. We also have van services where we can make that part of the schedule. And so these things are remedied, but it has to be a priority. Kids should not be on a wait list. So I'm going to take ownership of that. And so we'll resolve it. Thank you for that.
So I know that there are other hands, but I want to use my prerogative to just say, this is the conversation we had 10 months ago. And so I want to echo some of the frustration that we had this exact conversation where we heard that space was a constraint and spent the following 8 to 10 months trying to get an answer about how the space issue had been addressed. So I'm concerned that, again, we're going to come back in 8 months and get another slideshow saying this is our constraint. This isn't a surprise. It's not. So I think I'm in the awkward position that Trustee Doss was in a while back of wanting to say, how did we end up here where the board made clear that we had a commitment to mental health, and the mental health team put a ton of work into telling us what the challenges were, and the board spent several months trying to figure out whether those challenges had been met. And then we're kind of having the same meeting again. So I just want to really reiterate that, to me, this is not something where, we now are in a position of having to wait for an update, I appreciate hearing a public commitment from the superintendent to get this addressed, but I just wanted to, I think, express the frustration that a couple other board members have, that none of this should be a surprise to us. It was all presented to us back in March, and I understand it's gotten much worse because now all of our students are back on campus. But, we need a realistic response about whether this is something that can be remedied. And then I guess maybe at the end, before we wrap up, I think just some clear statements from the superintendent about the other issues that have come up around funding and so forth, because I think the other dynamic that happens is the mental health team says, here are all of our recommendations, but we don't get to find out whether the district office actually intends to propose those in the budget or bring those forward. And so again, the board is left sort of waiting to find out whether that's actually something that the district office plans to implement, or if it's just the recommendations of the mental health staff that are here tonight. So I would appreciate hearing, that at the end of this meeting before we move on, just so we have clarity about what the district actually intends to propose now that we've heard what the mental health team would like to do. So with that, I think I'm going to allow I guess we have one staff person's hand still up, and then we'll go back to the other board members. And I apologize if I skipped over people, but go ahead, Ms. Collins.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that at the elementary level, we really expanded our cohort to meet the anticipated needs of the onslaught of students who really require support this year. We actually have intern capacity to see pretty much all of the students who have been referred to us. What we don't have is space. So that's been our challenge at the elementary level as well. And I'm in my 6th year in Albany, and I'm really proud to say that we continue to be a really top destination for our partnered graduate institutions. I interviewed somebody today, and we've done a really good job maintaining a reputation and providing excellent clinical supervision and opportunities for new clinicians to gain expertise and hone their skills individually, doing parent engagement and facilitating all sorts of different groups. So I feel, really proud to be a part of this community. And yet at the same time, I have had discussions with principals who have made the decision that, space, we've been displaced. And I've been through, 2 retrofits at the, different sites, and been, I think, pretty flexible in terms of, providing really makeshift services that have gone, far from what we're taught is an ideal, frame for, providing support for kids who are in emotional distress. I mean, we've done therapy on basketball courts, we've done therapy walking around in OT rooms, and to Shelley's, I've had shared experiences to what Shelley's described. I, though, am in a position now where I'm recruiting, where I'm really reluctant to bring a full team aboard. It's been so difficult to just find places for us to be with these students. And so I don't know, I feel a little demoralized, I'll be honest, about this experience.
Thank you for sharing that. Ms. Gordon.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to give Shelley a little shout out that, I was explaining the reason we have a wait list currently because of the parameters and requirements of intern training. But the program that Shelley has built has a reputation that precedes her. I mean, before I came to Albany, I'd heard about this training program, and I actually got a phone call from a student at the Wright Institute the other day who, I guess, had my contact information because we're an internship, and she told me that she'd heard from her cohort about how incredible Shelley's program is, and so I just want to say the issue is not interest. We could have probably as many interns as we want, and we get more applicants than we can take, and we kind of get the pick of the litter, and then we'd be even more competitive with the stipend piece. But we have the potential. We already have an amazing training program, and we have the potential to have an even more incredible and expansive one that could meet these needs with the space.
Thank you. All right. 2 board comments and then public comment. We have been on this item for 2 hours, with almost 2 hours, which I think is well worth it, but I just wanted to let you all know that where we are in the agenda. So Trustee Doss, I think your hand up was up first.
Yeah, I really appreciate everybody kind of jumping in there because I did misunderstand the waiting list. I thought that it was like a technical term or something. I didn't know that we actually had students on a waiting list during a pandemic in which students' mental health is suffering at an all-time high. I can only imagine if something happened to one of those students while they're on that waiting list. That sounds absolutely ridiculous to me, to have a waiting list. Like, I can think of all the hours that we spent in these meetings and all the different things that we've talked about, and 97% of them aren't as important as mental health. And we could have not talked about any of that stuff had I known that there are students in this district that are on a waiting list to receive help with their mental health. That is insane. I can think of, there's some things you're supposed to wait in line for. Fast food, a basketball game, a roller coaster, but not for help with mental health. As soon as a student even hints at the possibility that they might need some assistance, they're supposed to be routed right away to one of these wonderful individuals that we have here to get them what they need. And we have to give them all the tools that they need in order to do that. There cannot be a waiting list, because while that student's on the waiting list, what if something happens? I don't even want to mention or say what could happen because it scares me to even think about the possibility of it. Because we haven't talked about anything more important than the safety of our students. It's what we constantly talk about. It's why you have to be 6 feet apart in the grocery store. It's why you have to show a vaccination card to get in everywhere. It's why teachers are about to come on this Zoom in about an hour or so and talk to us for a really long time about student safety, about safety. But the safety of the students also includes mental health, and there's a waiting list. Now, I don't expect for everybody to have the answers right now. And our superintendent has made a commitment for this to be his number one priority as soon as he wakes up in the morning. And I don't doubt that as soon as Dr. Wells wakes up in the morning, he's going to tackle this. So I don't expect for him to have all the answers right now tonight. But I do expect that he'll wake up in the morning and tackle this. And I look forward to hearing about how he's doing that. And I look forward to our mental health team giving him all the information that he needs so that this waiting list can be eliminated immediately. I can't think of anything that's more important than eliminating this waiting list and contacting every single student that's on it and letting them know, hey, guess what? We make a mistake and that waiting list no longer exists. And this is when you'll receive services. In the meantime, is there anywhere that we can send you in the interim, which I'm not the expert. So I apologize if I said that wrong because, I'm not the expert there, but getting the students the help that they need is the number one priority. I can't think of anything else that's more important. And so it sounds like everybody has made a commitment to that. So I really appreciate that. But it was really alarming to hear that there was a waiting list. And I was hoping that I heard it wrong and that I had made a mistake, which is why I asked for clarification. But unfortunately, I wasn't wrong. There really is a waiting list. And that is amazing to me. And I'm really glad that we're fixing it, because that's unacceptable. I'm sorry if I said that wrong, but I can't think of any other way to say it. Because had I gotten an email from a parent that said, Trustee Doss, my kid's on a waiting list for mental health, I would have addressed it right away. We could have had an emergency board meeting to talk about it. Because we've had emergency board meetings to talk about stuff that's less important. So anyway, I know we have lots of stuff to talk about, and Trustee Davidson has her hand up, so I want to make sure that she has ample time to speak. And I appreciate our superintendent's tackling this right away, and I look forward to everybody working on this and hearing an update soon. Thank you.
Trustee Davidson.
Okay, I'll be very quick. I'm going to the top list of the downstream mental health interventions just to check those real quick, because that seemed to work really well. And I just want to bring it up. So we said offices are small and conference rooms are too small, but they're working right now as an interim fix-ish. Okay. Space limitations at AHS. I would love to know if the plan when we have the elementary site off that campus is that there will be a designated therapeutic classroom at AHS. It would also be great if we could know what spaces are being used at our other sites, at the elementary sites. Heather, you mentioned, it's been shimmied around. I know that I sent emails about trying to create an outdoor space that would meet the needs and the criteria. You know how challenging that is. I was told that it was decided that that just wasn't going to work. So I don't know if that was really the outcome or if we need to go back to that. And I would love to have more specifics of what this modular unit is. Is that something we put within another room so that we create a private space, or is it something we put outside? Are we talking about a portable? I just don't quite know what the modular unit is and how we could maybe, I don't know, could we put up some of those fun little sheds that people use as offices outside somewhere? Could we rent a parking space from the city and put 2 of those out in front of AHS? Because we have parklets now, so you guys could have offices there and make them safe. I know we're talking about getting creative, but I think we missed our opportunity a little bit to address this last year. So I do feel that stress, and I definitely have an email chain of trying to make sure that we address this and it dead ended. So I hope we don't do that again right now, and I will definitely stay on it and loop back with all of you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've made clear we need some more specific updates and follow-up on the space issue, as well as a better understanding of what the district intends to do to follow up on some of the other needs that were identified, including the intern stipend and some of the other funding requests, including a small group for elementary. Ms. Ball, go ahead. You're on mute.
Trustee Davidson, portable is absolutely the word I should have been using.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to public comment and then come back and wrap this up so that we can get to our other items. Starting with Shannon.
Hi, thank you so much. I just wanted to first reach out and thank the mental health staff. This is an incredibly difficult year. We're so grateful for all of your work taking care of our kids. I do remember your warnings, along with those of your national pediatric mental health specialist colleagues, all through the year last year, that the children were suffering severe mental health consequences from the shuttered schools. So I just want to thank you for continuing to help our kids. I also, as we look at these slides that are filled with statistics about anxiety and our students and depression, I do want us to consider that anxiety and depression that our kids are facing right now is much more dangerous to them than COVID. Depression, eating disorders, anxiety can be lifelong struggles. They can be fatal for our kids. I'd really like us to take a look at how the protocols at school that are not based in evidence and guidelines that go above and beyond public health recommendations are potentially fueling anxiety and stress and depression unnecessarily for low-risk kids. I do think it's really easy to say, let's do everything, let's be above and beyond, let's do everything more than anybody else, but and pretend like there's no downsides to that approach. But we do see here that there are downsides to making kids feel like they're extremely unsafe in school when we know that that's not the case. And I'd like for us to keep this in mind in the next discussion as we talk about protocols and as we say, oh, we need to do more testing, that you know, anxiety, this is a piece, this is part of the picture of the anxiety and stress that students are experiencing this particular year. Again, really want to thank everybody who's working so hard with our kids. And I know it's incredibly, incredibly difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremiah.
Oh, thank you very much. This is a very important topic, obviously. You know, I had some really good ideas. Something I've been doing for a while. I started a little greenhouse and a little outdoor garden, and I've been growing strawberries. And there's nothing better than eating a strawberry that you watered yourself, and it's just that perfect strawberry underneath the leaf. It's got the perfect sun. It's just been sitting there, and it's just this perfect color, and it tastes so delicious. That's been helping me with my mental health. And I don't know. I was just wondering if each school has an outdoor space for outdoor garden. You know, maybe a little strawberry patch. Just a little strawberry patch, and just the students can go there anytime. And I don't know. I just think it'd be a great outdoor area for mental health. You know, regarding this emergency outdoor space, because we don't want anybody waiting on a list anymore. If it's a nice day tomorrow, hopefully we could have some outdoor mental health things on the playground, or, you know, taking a walk, something like that. So I would just suggest each school get a little garden, and if you're looking for an indoor space, maybe we could use a cafeteria or some of the cafeterias if they're not being used. So good luck for the outdoor spaces. I'm all for it.
Thank you. Yolanka. We're not hearing you it doesn't look like you're muted, but. All right, trying to move Yolanka in, and then I lost her.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, sorry, I apologize for that. I wanted to thank, like the other speakers, I really want to thank all of our mental health staff and professionals. I can't imagine the work that you must be doing in these times, and just not just the volume, of course, which is stressful on its own, but the stories and the things that you're hearing and dealing with. And I know it's just tough work, made even tougher by their current situation. So I really want to genuinely thank you. I also want to thank the board members for being very serious in their feedback about making sure we fix these problems and actually address them. I appreciate Trustee Duran looking at our budget, Trustee Davidson looking at what's happened in the past, and actually looking and trying to make sure we get receipts so that we don't actually have to have a redo of this discussion again. I also really want to echo Shannon's comments, which I think she made very eloquently about trade-offs. I think I understand the anxiety and the fear of COVID, but we have to think about things in a balanced way, and we have to follow the science. I hear anecdotes of students being told not to have a sip of water in school and to go outside if they even want to have a sip of water, or to wear a mask in between while they're chewing. And I just want to make sure we don't inadvertently, in our zeal for being extremely COVID cautious, we don't make mental health worse. And I really just hope everyone takes the time to think about the ultimate trade-offs about what these precautions may be doing to kids. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and we have to think about that as we make policy decisions about what we really inflict on and do to our children. So I really want to thank the board for being very thoughtful, and thank the staff, and really look forward to addressing these concerns in a really thoughtful and pragmatic way.
Thank you. Christian, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for hearing me again. Sorry to be the one who's speaking up so much tonight, but I just wanted to raise two things. One, just to address the point from two previous speakers, there really is no reason. I'm a clinical psychotherapist. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. There's no reason whatsoever to believe that having kids wear masks or having them come to school and follow certain rules about COVID, get tested, is making them more anxious. There's no reason to believe it in the literature, and there's really no reason to believe it on the basis of common sense. I mean, kids are anxious because COVID is dangerous and because there's problems in their community, and the world feels scary to them right now. And having them take measures that, protect them, having them talk about those measures, having them, confront things in that way is a way of them feeling better. The opposite of like pretending COVID isn't real, we'll just go back to normal. All that will do is drive the anxiety, into a place where it's not being attended to, and then you start to see it expressed in worst ways. That's my assessment. I do hope the board seeks advice on that from therapists, other than me. The other thing I would say is that, just about the issue being addressed tonight with stipends for the interns, there is a lot of research showing that that what makes psychotherapy effective is various factors about the psychotherapists. And interns can be very good, and I've heard that our program is a good one too. But if you don't pay a good stipend, there's a chance that the interns that are the best won't want to come here anymore. And I think, that's a small amount of money we're talking about paying them, and you wouldn't want to have a lower stipend and lose the best intern therapists. Intern therapy, it varies somewhat in quality, and so you want to make sure we get the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam.
Hi, I just wanted to respond to some of the previous speakers who said, one, Yolanda made a very good point about that we don't want to overemphasize safety measures in a way that frightens students. I completely agree. But I think there's a bigger point that seems to be trending right now. There's a few number of doctors that are very outspoken who are not representative of the majority of physicians, who are saying that this is just a flu and that our safety measures are causing anxiety. This is not... this pandemic is not a flu. I'm a psychiatrist. People are anxious about COVID as well. People are anxious about disability. Yes, these precautions are, not a normal day-to-day life, but they're keeping us safe. And I think we need to not get these two things mixed up. We can support mental health, and I'm so glad that we've spent time discussing this and supporting it, and to continue to remedy issues that have blocked access to mental health. As someone in mental health, I value this so very much. And we can simultaneously maintain our safety measures. This is not an endemic. We're not endemic. We are still in a pandemic situation where hospitals are flooded. doctors are working when they're infected still. Like, this is not an endemic situation. We need to maintain our safety measures, and I don't want those two issues getting mixed up. And there are a few outspoken doctors that do not represent the majority of physicians, and I'm very, very worried that their word is being used as science. That is not science. You can't say this doctor's word is science and that doctor's word is not science. It's highly problematic. So sorry, I guess this bigger topic, but just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea.
Hey everyone, just really want to thank the mental health professionals. I'm a parent of 2 at the high school, and what the last 2 speakers just said really resonated in my role as a parent, given the complexities in the world right now and how this all feels for our students. However, someone like myself who's not steeped in mental health, and I don't understand all the causal issues at play for our children with their mental health needs, I really want to defer to our amazing mental health professionals in this Zoom space with us right now around that. And I would urge our parent community to do that as well. I think what's come to mind when I hear this conversation tonight, and I will confess it's been quite shocking to hear where we've been in these 10 months or so since we last had the presentations that I can remember. And I guess what I'm wondering with some gentle suggestions is maybe we need an aspirational goal about where we want to be as a district with mental health. And make that clear. We are an academic district. It would be incredible to flip the narrative and be a mental health support community of care district, and to make an aspirational goal that's clear about that, and then have operational goals that nest underneath that based on what our health professionals are saying they need, with clear metrics about how we're serving our students and the numbers so we can hold ourselves accountable for doing so. And the reductions in the wait lists that we wish to see, and the dollars we're going to put on the table, and really be able to have some way to understand our progress and do that in meetings consistently over time. So again, we can hold ourselves accountable to serve our students who are really hurting right now, clearly, and really deserve us stepping up in this moment. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Oops, I clicked on the wrong person. Sorry. All right, I'm not seeing any more public comments, so I'm going to go back to the board member whose hand is raised, and then I'm going to wrap this item up. Vice President Duran, go ahead.
I just wanted to see if we could be really clear in terms of direction to the superintendent. I know he said that starting tomorrow morning, he's going to get out there and, start addressing the issues. And I'm wondering if we could have a report back from the superintendent, like at the end of February, at that end of the February board meeting. And if it could also include since March of last year, when the presentation was made, what has the district done and how much money have we spent since then, and really specific, like a line item, so that we know, since mine has been more back of the envelope type of trying to get the percentages. So if the superintendent could provide that, as well as the plan for going forward. What are we going to do? This is what we have done in the past year, for the past year, and that's the monies that were spent. And now going forward, this is how we're going to be addressing the problems and the amount of money we'd be spending in the areas as well. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So I think that sounds like good direction. So to have a public report presentation of what has been done since March, and I think it's the same set of asks and goals that were presented tonight as well, including the items that we've spent a lot of time focusing around: space, budget for things like additional group facilitator, higher intern stipends, as well as what other spending has happened since March that we've heard about but not gotten details about, and then also progress on the upstream piece of this, which I believe as a board we tasked the wellness committee to take up as well as the policy committee to take up some of that, but mostly the wellness committee. So I will make sure that we get that either in the form of a superintendent's report, but in some public format so that we can stay updated in February. And with that, we are well over time for this item, which I think just illustrates both the wealth of, information that we got, which is always so incredible. Such an impressive team. And I'm so grateful for your willingness, not just to present all of that information, but to also answer all of our questions throughout the presentation and hang in there. Just really, really appreciate it. And, hopefully next time we hear from you, we will be having a different conversation. So thank you again, and good night. And we as a board will now move on to our next item.
Madam Chair, President Hinckley, I'd like to make a request because it's going to be a long meeting. Next item up is the COVID update and presentation by Executive Director Alexia Ritchie. I'm asking that take a back seat to the kindergarten presentation because we have teachers who need to be in the classroom with our kids early tomorrow morning joining us for the presentation. So if we can move the kindergarten presentation ahead of the COVID, that would definitely work for the number of teachers who's going to participate in that this evening.
That's fine. Okay, so we will move item 12C up and then come back to the second staff report. All right, so item 12C, return to full day transitional kindergarten and full day kindergarten for the 2022-23 school year. I will hand it off to you, Dr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Superintendent Hinckley.
I'm not the superintendent.
I mean, oh boy.
That was a Freudian slip,
these late meetings get to me.
We could do a 2-minute break in between the items.
Oh, you know what? That would have been incredibly helpful. President Hinckley, thank you for that. I got to stop getting up at 4:30 in the morning and starting work sometimes. It's because these late evenings, I'm not at my best. But nonetheless, did you request a 2-minute break, Trustee Doss? Were you just throwing that out there?
No, actually, could we take a break just to let everybody kind of regroup from that last item? And
yes, it's any board member can request a break. So let's reconvene at 10:06. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm on mute. We're going to reconvene, but I want to make sure we actually have everyone here. So if you're back, please let us know.
I'm back.
All right, I'm just going to wait for Superintendent Wells to start the item that we're on, which, as a reminder, is review and action item 12C, the return to full day transitional kindergarten, full day kindergarten.
Okay, I'm back and ready to go with a fresh pot of coffee. So
go for it.
Tonight, we have our kindergarten presentation, returning back to full day transitional kindergarten and full day kindergarten for 2022-23 school year. We are responding to the issue of, is there any way possible to return to full day kindergarten for the upcoming fall school year, opposed to the regularly planned, the originally scheduled 2023 plan. And so we engage in a preliminary feasibility study, if you will, as it related to kindergarten's, possible kindergarten space. So tonight you're going to hear our Chief Human Resource Officer, who assumed the responsibility of enrollment as we needed to move some things off of our Executive Director, Chief COVID Liaison, Executive Director Richie's place, so that we can provide a focused COVID response team together to address our COVID issues, if you will. So tonight you're going to see our Chief Human Resource Officer wearing a different hat, making this a more informational presentation around the feasibility. And then we're going to have our kindergarten, some of our kindergarten teachers join us and hone in on the impact of moving forward for the upcoming school year with full day kindergarten. And then you're going to have my amended recommendation moving forward with a rationale. So at this time, I turn it over to our Chief Human Resource Officer, Marina Gonzalez.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Good evening, board and Dr. Wells. I'm going to share my screen and bring up the presentation. Okay, so, oh, oops, wrong button. Okay, here we are. So, the purpose of the presentation that we prepared anyway was to review the availability, the sort of the current use and availability of classroom space, first at the elementary sites, and then really sort of taking a look district-wide where we could find additional classrooms to present a possible plan for returning to what we call full day TK and K for the 22-23 school year. And I should clarify here that we refer to it as full day, but it's not technically a full day like the other elementary students attend. This is it's a shorter day, and they still would follow the early bird, late bird model that the first through third grade students follow at the elementary sites. And then to discuss the impacts on other programs. And here the impacts in this presentation refer only to sort of space impacts. And of course, as Dr. Wells mentioned, you'll hear from our kindergarten teachers, one TK and one kinder teacher, about impacts to programs and sites and schedules and that sort of thing following this presentation. Oh, okay. Excuse me 1 minute. custodians are here and they're vacuuming. My apologies. So a little bit of background information. So back in January of 2019, the board took action to reduce what we call the full day TKK to an AM/PM model. And this was due to the OV and Marin rebuilds that created facility constraints, right, and prevented us from being able to continue that full day model for the coming years. And the expectation is that we would return to the full day model when the Marin Elementary rebuild was complete. At that time, there was concern that TK and K families would face, childcare issues, and so the board directed staff to expand the offerings for the Albany Children's Center to create some additional TKK childcare at each site, specific to TK and K. So some additional background information. Here's the distribution of TK and K, currently housed only at Cornell and Ocean View. So at Cornell, we have 4 sections of kindergarten, and at Ocean View, we have 3 sections of TK and 6 sections of kindergarten. So to make it work in terms of space, to be able to return to this full day K, we took a look at Cornell. So currently, the 4 sections of kinder are occupying 2 classrooms with the AM and the PM. What we could do is to make available a 3rd classroom so that we could provide 3 classes of full day kinder. And that 3rd classroom would come from really eliminating the TK and K childcare that is made available there at Cornell. But that would leave 1 section of kinder that wouldn't have a home at Cornell, and so the proposal would be to move that 4th kinder over to Ocean View. At Ocean View, where you saw we already have quite a few sections of TK and K, we have 5 classrooms there that are being used. 3 of them, we have 3 sections of TK, so they're using 2 classrooms, and we have 6 sections of K, and they're using 3 classrooms. So in order to, if we were to have, let's see, what is that now? What is our count? We're up to 7 classrooms of kinder and 3 of TK. We would need a total of 10 classrooms at Ocean View, which we don't have, right? What we did find is that we could accommodate, folks would have to squeeze in and we'd have to make some moves around the campus, but we could, in terms of space, accommodate 7 full day kinder at Ocean View. But the TK, the 3 TK would then have to relocate to 720 Jackson to make it work. So how does that impact 720 Jackson? So at 720 Jackson, there are 7 total classrooms. They are currently occupied by 4 preschool classes, ACC preschool classes, I should be specific, and 1 preschool special day class. But there are 2 empty classrooms that could be used. And those empty classrooms, we have folks that work out of there, but they're not, they're technically considered empty, and we could use them for to hold classes. So if we were to move 3 TK classes up there, we would actually need a total of 8 classrooms, which we don't have, right? So we would have to reduce one of the classes there. And preschool special day class, that is a mandated class that we have to operate. So we couldn't reduce that one. So the impact would then be on the Albany Children's Center preschool program to make room for TK. So we would have to reduce one of those classes there. So just in terms of space, the impact would be that here we say we would return to pre-construction ACC program offerings at Cornell and Ocean View. And what does that mean? That means at Cornell, we used to only operate a Chinese school classroom, and now we have Chinese school and kindergarten before and after school care. So we would no longer have the kindergarten before and after school care. We would only have the Chinese school program there. So we would be returning to what we had before. And then at Ocean View, we did increase the AM, PM, kinder, childcare offerings. So where there wouldn't be a need for that anymore, we would be returning to the program offerings before the AM, PM, kinder. At the ACC preschool, the capacity for their program would be affected. So where they're currently operating out of 4 classrooms, they would have to be reduced to 3 classrooms. So again, just in terms of space, these are the impacts. And I feel compelled to make a comment that, you know, as much as we would like to be able to have all the things, right? I know that our community are on site and they're seeing some empty classrooms here and maybe some space there. We don't have enough space to go back to full day kinder without it really seriously impacting programs and site schedules, et cetera. But we have a finite amount of space, right? Like you heard in the previous presentation, when we want to bring in, want to or have to bring in other services, people get displaced because we have a finite amount of space. And here, our charge was to look at the space across the district. We were asked to look at the feasibility space-wise of whether we can make this work. The short answer is yes, but it does mean that there would be other folks affected, they would be displaced, and that again would affect programs as well. And then here we have board Q&A. I'm not sure, do we want to start with board Q&A or if we'd like to allow our teachers to present?
We want to table the board Q&A till after the complete presentation.
Absolutely.
And so at this time, we would have the impact done by our kindergarten teachers who have really, really done a lot of, our experts on, as we call boots on the ground from our military background, who are ready to present the impact and commentary around the impact. And so I will turn it over at this time, I think, to Eunice Kim.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. My name is Eunice Kim. I teach kindergarten at Ocean View, and I'm here with Miss Christina. Go ahead, Christina. Hi, I'm teacher Christina. I teach transitional kindergarten currently at Ocean View. And we've prepared a presentation to discuss the impacts that this proposed plan would have on our students. And Julie, would you be so kind as to share that? Thank you. Just doing it. Okay. So when we, the TKNK team, saw this item pop up on the board agenda, we immediately put our heads together. We looked around us and we thought, oh, could we do that? What would that mean for our students? What would we have to do to make that work? And we were so glad that Dr. Wells accepted our invitation to meet with us yesterday morning so that we could talk to him about it. And then when he invited us to come share it with you, we were delighted. We're more than happy to come share our expertise. So in this presentation, you'll see the different kinds of impacts that we anticipate seeing if this proposed plan was put into place. Move on to the next slide, please. So the first thing that came to my mind is that next year, the transitional kindergarten program is expanding. It's beginning to expand. Over the next several years, the eligibility will continue to expand. And based on my memory and counting the pictures and all my little class pictures over the last several years, I think that we've had approximately 54 students on average in our TK programs the last several years. And so an increase next year from 3 months of eligibility to 5 months of eligibility would be an increase of 66%, which would be 89 students next year, which would be 4 classes and not 3, the same as this year. So that's the first thing that popped up to me. And so if we keep AM/PM next year, we can easily accommodate a 4th class in the classrooms that we're already using. And then we could spread out more the following year when Murren's construction is complete. Next slide, please. And then thinking about if we moved TK back up to the 720 Jackson Street and reduced by 1 class, our award-winning 5-star preschool. We have agreed with the state of California to provide 56 slots of subsidized preschool. And we've already agreed with the state of California to do that for next year, and that's awesome. If we reduced the preschool by 1 class, it brings the number of students at the preschool to 56, which is exactly the number that we would need, but it would leave no extra space for children of AUSD employees. It would leave no extra space for any SDC students who might need extra care after their program ends, or any other Albany families that didn't qualify for state subsidies. So that would be one impact. The other thing that would happen up there is the outdoor play space. Preschool has tighter regulations about how many hours they need to spend outside and about cohorting during COVID. So it might happen that if we tried to squeeze TK on the yard as well, we're not allowed to share the space with preschool at the same time. So it might be that the TK students wouldn't get very much outdoor playtime because of how much preschool needs it and their use in cohorting during COVID. And the other thing that I noticed was that although room 12 currently doesn't have a class in it, it is being used by OT and speech and special ed for other kinds of assessments. And the preschool teachers and I couldn't immediately find a solution to house that somewhere else if we were to use that room for a class. So that space, that would need to go somewhere else. Thanks. And the next slide, I'll pass it back to Ms. Kim.
So this is just a graphic to show you a quick comparison between the current AM/PM model and the early bird late bird model that we've used in kindergarten in the past years. And so on the left, you'll see for AM/PM, this shows you what one classroom would look like in one day. So you'll see 2 classrooms or 2 classes are sharing 1 room. The AM class would use the room from 8:10 to 11:30, and during that time you would have all the students in that class present. Then there's a short transition period, and the PM class would start at 11:50 to 3:10, and again you would have the whole class present for that time. And during those 2 slots you have 2 teachers. You have a main teacher as well as a co-teacher that's supporting for a portion of that day. On the right side, you'll see the early bird, late bird model. And in this model, it's 1 class using 1 room with 1 teacher. And so what we would do with the students is we would split them into 2 groups. We would have an early bird group as well as a late bird group. And for anyone that's familiar with this model, this timeline is slightly different from the 1st through 3rd grade schedule. So you'll see some different times here. The early birds will start at 8:30 and end their day at 1. And the late birds would start their day at 9:30 and end at 2 with a lunch in between. So you'll notice that the time when the early birds and late birds overlap is between 9:30 and 1. And so that would be when our whole group instruction occurs. And any special things that need to be scheduled would need to be scheduled during that time period. So between 9:30 and 1 would be when we have any of our special classes like music, library, or PE, as well as like our morning snack and recess, because the early bird and late bird hours are reserved for small group instruction. So I'd just like you to keep these two models in mind as we go through some of our concerns. But before I do so, I just wanted to point out that in the last year, especially with COVID, it's been vital to have a partner teacher supporting us with social emotional needs, academic intervention, and all of the COVID pool testing that's been happening weekly. It would have been really difficult without a partner teacher. And I can't imagine that next year will look very different with COVID. I mean, we don't know, but it just, I wonder what that would look like without a partner teacher. So with these two models in mind, I'd like to share some specific concerns we have with the proposed plan. So if you could go to the next slide, please. On the left, you'll see a picture of our 8:30 drop-off. This was taken this morning. And this is at Ocean View. You can see our car lane is pretty congested. It's hard to find parking at this time. And if we were to switch to the early bird, late bird model, you can see in the blue and the red text, the AM/PM model start times are in blue, and the early bird, late bird model start times are in red. So with a switch to early bird, late bird, our start times would align with the rest of the school, which would mean we would be adding 7 additional classes worth of students and families at that drop-off time, which is already pretty challenging for families, and I can't imagine it would be any easier. And if you consider the fact that kindergartners must be accompanied by an adult until their teacher comes out to get them, those families would either need to walk or they would need to find parking, which is already pretty impacted. And so that's a pretty big concern there. But if we just wait 1 year until Marin is complete, then we would only have to consider 3 to 4 classes worth of students and families at that drop-off time. So that's a significant difference there that we'd like to point out. And next slide, please. Continuing with our, just look into our schedule, I'd like to point out some things about lunch and recess. So currently in our AM/PM model, we have 5 AM classes and 4 PM classes. No lunch is included in our AM/PM school day, except for students who get lunch through their ACC childcare. In the proposed plan, we would be housing 7 early bird, late bird kindergarten classes with lunch included. And when we're thinking about the spaces that we occupy outside of our classroom, we have some serious safety concerns with housing 7 sections of kindergarten at one site. On the left, you can see photos of our kindergarten playground, our beautiful new outdoor space. We're so excited to have it. But as wonderful as it is, it can't safely fit more than 3 classes at one time. It's any more than that, and it's a pretty big safety hazard. So we really try to avoid that at all costs. And so currently, we work really hard together as a TKK team to schedule recesses so that we don't have more than 3 out there at a time. And that requires a little bit of collaboration and thoughtfulness for AM teachers to schedule 5 classes for recess, and for PM teachers to schedule 4 different classes for recess. But with the early bird, late bird model, not only will we need to schedule snack recess for 7 classes in a pretty shortened window of time. If you think about what time late bird students get there and what time lunch begins, we're really only looking at 45 minutes between 9:45 and 10:30 to schedule 7 different classes for snack and recess. Even if we were to join together with other classes, it's just not feasible to make sure that all students get a morning snack break before lunch. And when we're looking at lunch, we're trying to schedule 7 classes for lunch between 11 and 11:45. And typically what we do for lunch is we'll split the classes so that half of the classes eat first and half of the classes play first, and then we'll swap. So if you think about 7 sections, that would mean that at one point there might be 4 classes out there for lunch recess, which we know is exceeding the capacity of our playground. And lunch supervision as it is right now without kindergarten lunch is severely lacking. it requires principals to provide lunch supervision daily. There just isn't enough supervision currently. And with kindergarten lunch reintroduced into the schedule, not only would we need greater supervision for lunch, whether it's in the multipurpose room or outdoors if we need to eat outdoors for COVID, but because we would have lunch recess on our own kindergarten yard, we'd also need additional coverage on that yard. We would not be sharing a playground with the first through third or first through fifth grade. So we would need an additional set of yard supervisors, which we just don't have right now. But if we could wait just 1 year until Marin is complete, we would only need to schedule 3 to 4 classes. And because we've done that before, we know that that's possible. So we have a lot of concerns about scheduling, but we also have some concerns about the proposed classrooms. So if you could go to the next slide. The classrooms that are mentioned in the proposal are not compliant with kindergarten classroom codes of regulation. They are smaller than the recommended 1,350 square feet for a kindergarten space. They have no appropriate kindergarten furniture. I'm on the third bullet here. They don't have kindergarten appropriate furniture. And actually, Marin teachers have no furniture of their own because they tossed all of theirs in anticipation of new furniture for their new campus. So they would need a whole new set of kindergarten furniture purchased in order to go through this proposal. And that second bullet is actually it's a really huge concern for the kindergarten and TK team. These classrooms don't have bathrooms in them like the current kindergarten classrooms do. So that would mean that these students would have to travel to the communal bathrooms that the other grades use, which are still pretty far from the proposed classrooms. And they're also around a corner, which means they're out of the teacher's view. And we wouldn't have a partner teacher to be able to support us with this problem. And the bathroom itself is located near this exit, and you can see the photo on the left. These are the gates that lead out to the staff parking lot, and they have a push bar on it. So it's really easy for students to exit if they were so inclined. There's an enticing playground that looks really fun to play out. It's unsupervised though. There's a staff parking lot where at any given point there could be cars driving through, and there's really easy access to Jackson Street. And that's the photo on the right side. That gate is propped open all day. So students have dangerous access to the street, no supervision. The TK class that is currently using one of those classrooms has a full-time aide who spends most of her time walking students back and forth to the classroom, and we would not have that in our early bird, late bird model. So we are extremely concerned about this bathroom issue. But additionally, we have some concerns about some of our special classes that we would need during the school day, and Ms. Christine is going to take that piece.
If we pop to the next slide, you can see our totally awesome prep schedule. This is this year's schedule for all grades at Ocean View of music and PE and library. Kindergarten and transitional kindergarten, like the other grades, get 2 PE a week, 1 half hour of music and 1 half hour of library. And this time is for teachers to do our preparation work and for enrichment for the students. And as it is now, we need to borrow some of Marin's specialists to cover all of the sections of TK and K at Ocean View. And under the early bird, late bird, the specialty classes for our 7 proposed kindergarten classes would have to be scheduled during that whole group instruction time. It could not be during early bird or late bird time. So for all 7 classes, they would need all 4 of those classes during that 9:30 to 1, excluding lunch time period. The prep schedule is already tight. It takes the prep teachers a long time to make this schedule, and it is difficult. This year it was especially difficult Already, there's not enough time in the library. Transitional kindergarten, when we get our library time, our fabulous librarian, Stephanie Jaffe, comes to our classroom and reads with the students and does activities with students in our classroom, because another class is using the library at that time. There's not enough time slots in the library. So if we were trying to get all of those classes into a shorter period of time, it would be very complicated. But if we just waited one more year, then we would only have to schedule 3 or 4 classes, which we've done before, and we'd be able to spread that load between the other sites. Great, and if we can pop to the next slide. So given all of those reasons, the Albany TK and K teachers do not at this time support a transition to the early bird, late bird program before the completion of Marin Elementary's construction. We do not feel that it's in the best interest of our students' safety or well-being. And I'd like to thank you all for your time and consideration and including us in the conversation.
Well, I'll thank you. I don't know if that's the end of the presentation.
Yeah, that concludes the presentation. And typically after that, I can go and give my recommendation or wait to after the board go through the Q&A and make a recommendation with the rationale.
I think it's, when this item was prepared for the agenda, there was a recommendation that the board take action to implement this, but I'm gathering that recommendation has changed. So I think it's important that we hear what you're proposing before the board asks questions.
Okay, great. My recommendation is in alignment with the teachers, not just based on the rationale that they presented, but I was looking at the intangibles. In addition to that, for example, I remember reading some research about one of the most crisis-like events in a person's life. And to my surprise, at top of the list was a thing called moving. And in the midst of a pandemic and rushing to do this kind of thing, coupled with other concerns, i.e. Kids not having kindergarten, being a former kindergarten teacher, little kids not having sight supervision to and from the bathroom, and having the bathroom near a gate where they have access to the streets, and or the streets having access to them, I find quite scary and deeply bothersome. And two, I think just the whole spirit of rushing, you're prone to so many mistakes. And I think taking our time, doing it right, we can make a wonderful, great environment for our TK and kindergarten classroom. We're going back to TK full day as we know it. That's going to happen. The issue is when. And I think the most ideal way to do it with a great sense of pride and doing it collaboratively and not rushing it is to stay with the original schedule. I was enlightened when I met with the kindergarten teachers about all those intangibles that you don't know unless you're in the trenches as stakeholders, i.e. TK and kindergarten teachers. And for those reasons and more, I'm recommending to the board that we stay the course with having returning back to kindergarten as we know it when construction is complete, and it can be more balanced, and you can have healthy play yards that not impacted with overcrowdedness, which will become an unhealthy environment for kids, creating stress and a very trouble-like environment. And although we don't mean to do it, that is going to be one of the consequences and impact of if we move so quickly during this pandemic. And I say we stay the course and do it right and be proud of the work that we do, and more importantly, do it together. And so that's my recommendation.
Great, thank you. So I really appreciate that the teachers came and other staff came forward to make this a real feasibility proposal instead of just looking at classroom space. So it's been really helpful to get that fuller picture tonight. I do think it would be helpful if their presentation could be uploaded to our agenda, just so the public has that to reference as well, since it wasn't part of the original packet. And I will let the board obviously ask questions and see if there are any follow-ups from this item, given that the superintendent's no longer recommending this, this change. I just wanted to give a little context, which was this was originally going to be part of a fuller facilities overview for the board so that we better understood how our different facilities were being used, including possibilities for district office space, possibilities for kindergarten, the TK expansion that we know is happening, as you mentioned, both next year and subsequent years. As well as the use of space by the ACC preschool program and the before and after school programs. And one of the impetus for that was that we learned a few months ago that the ACC before and after school program enrollment is down quite a bit, which is impacting our budget. And so I think many of these questions sort of emerged in the facts that came out in the packet for tonight, that we still, I think as a board, need to have a better understanding about the decisions that are being made to offer different kinds of childcare options at different sites. And we have different providers getting classroom spaces at different sites. So I think we've begun to untangle some of the questions, but I just wanted to reiterate that this is really supposed to be part of a bigger piece of information that the board could get about how our facilities are being used so that we better understand what's happening with our before and after school programs, what the impact is going to be of the expansion of transitional kindergarten. And so all of those questions are going to remain with us. And then, you know, regardless of what happens to this particular item. So I think also that questions about that type of facilities use could be part of the board discussion tonight as well. So with that, I guess we'll take board questions and then see what the resolution of this item is going to be. Just as a process matter, the item wasn't pulled. It is an action item, but the board can simply not take action. We don't have to vote not to do this. We can just simply not, if there's not a motion to make a change, then we continue as we have.
I'm sorry, President Hinckley. I know that people are ahead of me, and I want to apologize to all of you for jumping ahead. But this process and the way it's going is troublesome for me as a board member. I don't like the way that the process went. I don't think that this is how it's supposed to go. And it can't continue to happen like this because this is not how the process is supposed to go. Had this happened and had it been different board members that went about it in this way, it would be like different people, like Brown Act violations, negotiating and having the board meetings outside of the public presence. Because essentially, and based on what you just said, it sounds like the decision has already been made.
No, there's no decision.
You're already, I can't remember another item where you said, oh, hey, the board doesn't even actually have to vote on this. We could simply just not do anything because it comes across as if the decision's already been made. This item was brought forth. It sounded as if the teachers didn't like it. So then they put together a counter presentation, which was then added at the last minute and then presented. That again is all having discussions outside of the meeting. So the way that it's supposed to go is there's an item on the agenda and we're supposed to present information, which we've asked the superintendent for, to give us enough time to review it, to give the community enough time to review it. the community didn't have time to review the presentation by the kindergarten teachers because it was added last minute because they disagreed with an item that the superintendent added to the agenda. But if we did that with every item that we disagreed with, the entire board meeting would happen outside of the actual scheduled meeting, which defeats the entire purpose of having these meetings in the first place. So that can't continue to happen. It can't be, oh, I don't agree with this item, so now I'm going to put together this great presentation to sway the decision. You just have to come to the meetings like everybody else, and you have to talk and present at the meetings like every other agenda item. It can't just be pick and choose depending on which ones you like and which ones you dislike. And then it can't be we make the decision before the actual vote based on which ones you like and which ones you dislike. That's not how the process works. That's not a democracy. That's not voting. And that's not why we have 5 board members so that we can vote and have winners and losers. I don't get to do that with items that I like and dislike. But I also remember this AM PM conversation before. And I remember that this process didn't go the way that it was supposed to go the first time. And so now we're right back here again, and the process is not going the way that it's supposed to go. And I am not faulting the teachers because they are advocating for themselves, which they are supposed to do. But as the board, because this is our board meeting, and as the superintendent, we're supposed to step in and say, hey, that's not actually how this is supposed to go. And then we're supposed to act accordingly and then do it the way that it's supposed to go. So let's at least pretend like the decision hasn't been made yet and actually have the discussion and then actually have the vote. And then if it goes the way that it goes, fine. But let's at least pretend like we haven't already negotiated and talked outside of the public meeting, which is a violation, and then actually vote the way that they're supposed to go. Let's at least pretend.
Okay, so let me explain what my statement was, and you can ask the superintendent. You can ask. I let you finish, so you can ask the superintendent why presentations were made or not made. That had nothing to do with me. That's the staff organizing this presentation. What I meant was by saying what happens when there's an action item is that any board member is perfectly able to make a motion to approve this action item, and it might pass. If nobody votes to approve it, then we continue with the schedule as we have. That's what I was explaining. I didn't have anything to do with the preparation of this item, so you can take that up with the superintendent. I am not saying that we do one thing or another or that nobody could make a motion to pass this. I'm just explaining what happens, as has happened in the past, when there's no motion to approve an action item. So
because you're assuming that there's not going to be a motion because the decision has already been made. Because you don't do that before every item, President Hinckley. You just don't. But it's fine. You don't have to admit that it's happened. You explained yourself. I just don't agree with you. I don't believe you. And it's not the way that it's supposed to go. You don't do that before every item. Now, if you're going to start doing that before every item moving forward, then I'll say, oh, okay. It wasn't just a coincidence. Like, it was just a coincidence that she decided to mention that, even though we've been doing this for 4 years now, for over 3 years now. So we know how the items work, and the new members have been doing it for a long time too. So you just decided to clarify this time around. I don't believe you, but it's fine. I understand your clarification, and the other things I will take up with the superintendent, which he can hear me. So I'm assuming that he knows as well, but we just have to go about this the right way. And this was not the way that it's supposed to go. And any other time that it goes like this, it's a big deal, but it is what it is. But I'm sorry to interrupt, and I know that there were people in front of me, and I apologize. But everybody is free to go now. Sorry.
All right. And I will say I made that clarification because the person who brought this action item retracted their recommendation for it. So that is one circumstance in which I will remind the board. All right. I don't know whose hands went up in what order. So I'm going to start on the left of my screen with Trustee Boyd.
Thank you, President Hinckley. I'm going to be pretty quick. I just wanted to say, well, firstly, I wanted to just say that I appreciate the opportunity to hear from our teachers through this presentation, which I thought was very informative and well put together, and also through communications that we received from teachers at various school sites. And I just want to encourage people to comment on the process and be a part of the process, because I think that it's important to hear different people's perspectives and to get information from people who have boots on the ground, as Dr. Wells said. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank people for their contributions. And then I also just wanted to say, and to be clear, because the words Brown Act violations have been thrown around, I have literally spoken to no other board members about this item on the agenda. But if, depending on what ends up happening, I did appreciate a comment from one parent who wrote in, who asked about how, if this item didn't get passed, how we might use the classrooms that we do know are empty at the various school sites. And I thought that that was a good, insightful question, and a way that we can, if this is not going to be moved forward, a way that we can continue to serve our students as well as we possibly can, and particularly with the last item that we discussed and a shortness of space at various sites. I just wanted to make sure that it's a part of the conversation, or perhaps just a part of the thinking that happens with Dr. Wells and administrators and teachers, et cetera, about how we might use the space that is already available to us if we don't end up moving forward with this item. Thank you.
Trustee
Boyd, I'm sorry, was that a question?
I don't think I asked a question. I think I was more just suggesting as something to make sure that we're thinking about, if this is not an item that ends up getting approved tonight, how we might make sure that we're utilizing the space that I believe is currently available at our different school sites, and tying it together with the conversation that we had previously, and wondering if this might be, if the spaces that are available might be utilized in some way to support our students in our wellness and mental health initiatives that we discussed previously.
Thank you. Duly noted.
Trustee Dana.
Yeah, thank you, President Hinckley. I just wanted to sort of reiterate what you just said about not knowing a lot around the after school care program, ACC. I like don't know that much about it, and I'd like to know like how it would impact the staff there, or like if there would be any, like, because it's shrinking, it would, yeah, there's less classrooms and stuff, and then also like what the enrollment rates are, and yeah, everything kind of around the after school care program, everything you mentioned earlier. I would like to have that information as well.
Trustee Davidson. I'll keep that in keeping my running list of questions that you guys bring up, so not to skip past you. Yeah, Trustee Davidson.
So this is an issue that I raised, and I'm a kindergarten parent, and I want to be very honest about some reasons that I raised this with our board. One, there are empty classrooms in our district. Two, we are asking a pool of parents to have less hours of school, which works for my child. That's great. I'm an anomaly. But also pay for the before and after school program because they get less hours of school, which is taking a classroom at our school site, and is also a program that was running at a deficit and costing us money out of our general fund. So I said, can we look at this situation? Can we make an assessment here? Can we get some information on our space utilization in our district and the feasibility of this being something that we look at sooner than Marin being reopened? That was the question. Can we look at this? Not can we throw an action item on an agenda without giving our board the information? So I'm sorry, I'm not in the right headspace, as many of you know. I did not think to pull this ahead of time, but it's been sitting on my mind since we had the agenda setting meeting and all of that. Wait, how did this get to be an action item this fast? And I kind of wanted to wait and see the agenda and what came out as the information. Unfortunately, personal reasons got in the way, and I did not review it before the meeting and things were added. But I do want to say that I think it's really difficult to come in here and have something that you really want information on, you want to look at. What was the word Yolanda used earlier? It was great. Just pragmatically. We need to be pragmatic about it. We need to look at it. There's, of course, a huge range of fallouts and other things. But I feel like just putting it on the agenda and saying, okay, we're voting yes or no on changing this right now, when the board's been asking for a facilities use assessment and plan, this doesn't really give it justice. And I feel like it, threw our teachers into turmoil to see this, and that's taken their time now that should be going to other things. So when Trustee Das brought up the process of this, I have problems with it in other areas for how we've let this play out. I think that as a responsible board, we would just we would say this item is not ready to be voted on. But if we need to take it to a vote, then we can do that.
Vice President Duran.
First, I'd like to say that I'm sorry that if Miss Kim and Miss Finnegan, if you feel you're in the crossfires here, because you are, you were invited, I believe you said, by Dr. Wells yesterday, and the fact that you're here at almost midnight, 11 o'clock, and you have classes tomorrow is commendable on your part in terms of what you said. In terms of whether it's a Brown Act violation, we've had different agenda items, unfortunately, and I've certainly complained when things are not clear on the agenda. So I just pulled out my Brown Act handbook the other day to review some of that stuff. So yes, it is a concern, but it was the superintendent that invited you two to be here. So I just want to thank you for that. You're coming on board. And I don't think it was a Brown violation, the fact that I didn't speak to the teachers, and I don't think anybody else did. This was from the superintendent. So I don't know if that in and of itself is a Brown Act violation, but I think the fact that maybe they were added afterwards is what the problem is, for sure. And the issues I raised was basically, I was concerned about the decrease in a classroom at ACC, because I think when we have talked about it in the past, when we were making cuts at ACC, the community in general came down and said, no, this is a part of the city of Albany culture, and we want it to remain intact. And so I'm concerned that little by little, we're going to chip away at ACC and what it means to the community. So I just wanted to remind all of us that I don't think we want to go back to those days. On the other hand, we definitely have a financial issue with ACC. And I think I would certainly like to hear a report sooner than later about how we're going to address that. Get some ideas out from the staff as to how we're going to address the issues, financial issues at ACC, which then leads me to think, well, maybe we need to have a parent survey specifically on childcare to start looking at, is it that we don't need childcare as much before school and after school childcare, or do we need more? I mean, I'm not sure. And so I think we definitely need to get a survey out to the parents in general and find out what their needs are. The other is, as I think the other board members have already mentioned, is that the board needs an update, a facility planning update in terms of what spaces do we have. And as I think Trustee Boyd pointed out, is that we just had a conversation with the mental health professionals about their needs around space. And then I heard that there's 2 rooms that are empty, although they're used by different staff throughout the day at Ocean View. And yet the mental health folks were saying they couldn't get any space at Ocean View. So that's why there's such a great need for us to be really, for everyone to know exactly what space we have available at all our school sites, et cetera. So hopefully that also will be in the works, a presentation about all available sites and rooms that can serve different purposes. That's it for me.
Trustee Doss.
Oh, sorry, I was having trouble finding my mute button there. To clarify, I wasn't saying that any board members did any Brown Act violation. I was saying that the board meeting is for having the discussion. Like that's we're supposed to. That's why we're not supposed to like make the decisions outside of the board meeting and then kind of just come to the meeting and go through the motions. That's what I was saying. And that's what it feels like we're doing tonight. And I don't feel comfortable with that because I don't feel like it gives the community an opportunity to see us talk through the process and work through our thinking and for them to see why we came to the conclusions that we've came to. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I don't want to like dive too much into that. I want to kind of focus in on the actual item. I have a question, which is if we don't approve this item tonight and we hold off on moving to the changing the kindergarten time. When we do make the change, I'm saying, because from what I'm hearing, it becomes easier when Moran is finished and we can, it's safer and kids, all the different points that were made, which were good points. And the presentation was very thorough. And I was even in the picture that was taken this morning at Ocean View, if you look really closely. Like I was, so I didn't even know that I was like going to be in the picture, but that's exciting, right? So I appreciate the presentation and I hope that my comments don't come across as like I don't appreciate it because I thought it was well done. So my question is if we could get clarification on our early bird, late bird versus actual full day kindergarten. I understand that it wasn't prepared tonight, but if we could get an explanation around funding that we will receive for full day kindergarten versus funding that we'll receive for early bird, late bird, because those are different. The state doesn't give you the same amount of money for the early bird, late bird schedule as they will for full day kindergarten, which is the proposal that Weber put forth, which is moving us to where we're going. So I'd like some numbers on that. CBO Kim, I understand you don't have it tonight, so if you could bring those back, that would be great so that we can have that information. And then I guess my question for everyone that's here tonight is, if we don't vote to move this forward tonight, when we do make the change, are we going to make the change to full day kindergarten, or are we just making the change back to early bird, late bird? So before you answer that question, I would like to read one of the things that I've been kind of charged with and that I have been focused on as a board member is closing the achievement gap. I'm on the achievement committee. Before that, I was on a different committee talking about the achievement gap. When I ran for the board, I ran on the fact that we have this achievement gap and I want to try and close it. And every study that I've read about full day kindergarten talks about how full day kindergarten helps to close that gap for students that fall within that achievement category. Full day kindergarten is a sound educational investment. Research demonstrates that full-day kindergarten, though initially more costly than half-day kindergarten, is worth the expense. Full-day kindergarten not only boosts students' academic achievement, it also strengthens their social emotional skills. Additionally, it offers benefits to teachers and parents. Teachers have more time to work with and get to know students, and parents have access to better learning and care for their children. The bottom line, everyone gains. We're talking about the mental health of students as we're in this pandemic. A full day of learning offers several social and emotional benefits to kindergartners. They have more time to focus and reflect on activities, and they have more time to transition between activities. When children are taught by quality teachers using age-appropriate curricula in small classroom settings, they can take full advantage of the additional learning time, social, emotional, and intellectual that a full day allows. Further research demonstrates that children adjust well to the full day format. While some parents worry that full day kindergarten is too much for kids, research shows that 5-year-olds are more than ready for a longer day, and that they do better in a setting that allows them time to learn and explore in depth. And then there's one, the full day kindergarten for all 5-year-old children should be mandated in every public school in this country. These kindergartens should support the gains children made in pre-K, provide time for children to explore topics in depth, give teachers opportunities to individualize instruction, and offer parents an opportunity to become involved in their children's classroom. That changes now because of COVID, but it's the same. In the end, full day kindergarten allows the best opportunity for us to attack and potentially close the achievement gap for our earliest learners. And so with that, I just wanted to kind of go back to my question around, are we going to make the change to an actual full day kindergarten, or are we just gonna move back to early bird, late bird?
So I can answer, I guess, the process part of that, which is that we do have in our issues bent an item to discuss and decide that. So it's a little unfortunate that the term of this item includes the term full day when it doesn't really mean full day, but your accurate meaning of full day is something that the board, well, you in particular, but other board members have asked the superintendent to bring forward, probably next fall depending on what happens with this item, but to bring back next fall after conversations with staff and everyone else that would need to be involved to make that decision. So I can answer that process piece. I can't answer the other questions about what it would cost and what else is involved, but that I believe is work that could be done in the fall.
Yeah, because we as a board had to make a lot of tough decisions around cuts because the money wasn't there. Because when we made the initial change to AM/PM, lots of people left. And I know that during the presentation, there was a mention of there wouldn't be space available for Albany families that were paying for programs that we had in place, but those families with means that were paying for those spaces, they left and they paid for private school and they went to other places that offered a full day program. When they left, it caused financial hardship for the district because the money that they took with them had to be made up, and that money had to be made up through cuts. And so the board had to make a lot of tough decisions because of those decisions. Now, anybody will tell you that I am the last person that will say it costs too much, we need to do it. If it's what's best for kids, then it's what's best for kids. But from everything that I read, based on the goals that we have, it says that the kids being in full day kindergarten is what's best for students. So I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around why that isn't what we're talking about. I have more questions, but I can send them in later or something like that. If I'm sure people are tired of hearing me speak. Plus, we already had this AM PM conversation. We've already done this dance, and we already talked about it for hours. And all the same questions that I have now are all the same questions that I had when we switched to this the first time. So I mean, this is nothing new. And the same things that we talked about before are the same things that are in place now. The only difference is we talked about these issues and the problems because Ocean View wasn't built yet. Now Ocean View is built and it just switched to now Marin isn't built yet. But we've already had this discussion and it's so it's pretty similar. Our youngest learners are still the ones whose time is being reduced. Their time was being reduced then, their time is being reduced now. If we wait, then there'll be more younger learners whose times will continue to be reduced. And we can't go back in time and make that up. I remember saying that before too. This is like deja vu. It's freaky. But then on top of the fact that they're losing that time, then COVID happened. So it's like they had the least amount of time in Northern California for kindergarten. And then COVID happened. So then they had even less time. And then the learning loss increased expeditiously, right? Like it just accelerated. The learning loss just went to a whole nother level because COVID happened. And now when we're trying to think of all these different ways that we can make that up and help catch that up, we're saying, well, we got to wait some more. We can't do it right now. We got to wait. So then it puts those learners back and then brings in a new group and then kind of puts them back too, while we wait for another school to be built. And then even when that school is built, we're having discussions about moving back to our previous early bird, late bird. We're still not having discussions about moving to the actual full day kindergarten, which is what the studies say is what's best for students and will help close the achievement gap. So we're talking about making sure that ACC is open and making sure that we have space for ACC because we want to make sure that we have space for those families because we promised California that we're going to have space for low income families. But our current job as a public school institution is to teach students. Like that's our job. That's what we've been told that we have to do. And this is the program that helps us do it. Specifically says that students that are in the achievement gap benefit the most from full day kindergarten. That is not the majority of students that are here in Albany. So then we have a decision to make. Do we do what is the majority? Or do we do what's best for all students? What's best for all students is full day kindergarten. And every study says that. Every study shows that that's the case. What's more convenient is AM PM. What's a little bit less convenient is early bird, late bird. I think we're confusing the things, right? AM PM is currently it's there, right? And we have exceptional teachers. So even if you give our exceptional teachers an hour and 15 minutes with the kids, they're going to do a great job and the kids are going to be successful because we have great teachers. All I'm saying is, because we have such amazing teachers, I want to maximize the amount of time that our students get to be with those teachers so that we can close this achievement gap that is plaguing the country and help put those students ahead of the game as we move them forward into the next thing. This is not a Trustee Doss against everybody else. This is Trustee Doss being a champion for the kids that need a champion right now, because they need somebody to say, hey, we need more class time. We need to be there. If we need to hire additional crossing guards so that the parking is not an issue, then let's do that. Maybe we need to negotiate with UC Berkeley to say, hey, we need more space so that the cars can park because more kids are going to be coming in and they're going to be here more often. Let's fix that issue. If we have a playground issue, we own the entire field next to Ocean View. So let's use the field that we own and push that back and build an area for the play area. Let's stagger some times. I mean, I don't know. I can't, that's like the logistic stuff. But as Dr. Wells likes to always remind me, I don't have to figure out the how, the when and the what. When do we need full day kindergarten? Right now. So that is clear. And we need it because it's what's best for students. How we get that done? We got to figure that out. But everything I'm reading saying is what's best for students. It's not what's best logistically because logistics are tough. It's not what's best for space because we just saw another presentation because we have like a wait list because we don't have enough space. So all of that stuff, I agree. I don't disagree with anything that the teacher said in their presentation. I thought it was spot on. So we need to fix those issues. We can't not do what's best for students because of those issues. We need to fix those issues and then get the students in class for the full day kindergarten. And then we need to actually provide full day kindergarten and not have like the mixed up words where like, oh, it says full day kindergarten, but it's not actually full day kindergarten. It's still early bird, late bird. So there's a lot of issues there. And I feel like we need to fix those issues. I've been talking a lot because everybody else already made their decision outside of the board meeting. So they don't have much to say because they already did this already and had their meetings and talked to everybody and they already know how they're going to vote. But since I didn't do that, I'm actually, going through the item and then, preparing to make a decision. And my thought process is being held here, in public at the public meeting, which is the entire purpose of the board. So anyway, thank you.
Vice President Duran.
Okay, I don't want to start an argument here either. But I don't believe that I certainly, for one, I really can't speak for all board members, but I didn't come with my mind made up that I had spoken to people before about this. I mean, I made my mind up, yes, before I came tonight, given the materials that we were offered. So it had nothing to do with the kindergarten teacher and TK teacher coming on board to present tonight. I was confused by the material that was presented because I think it was incomplete. But in terms of, I do recall when we made this decision to go to early bird, late bird 3 years ago, I have to say it was the most painful decision I ever made. And so I can't forget it. And so I am prepared that we offer full day kindergarten. And I don't recall, and I think somebody's going to have to look it up, because I honestly do not recall us when we voted to say that we were then going to consider down the road when Marin was finished as the last school, that we were going to have a conversation about early bird, late bird. I thought, in fact, we were going to go back to what was before, which was the full day kindergarten. And I certainly agree with Trustee Doss that we need to get the kids in school more. In addition to the achievement gap, there are all kinds of studies that say, being in school is what the kids need to support them. And I think the pandemic is also an issue of where, schools are best for the kids. And so I'm surprised that there is something in the bin, the agenda bin, for us having that conversation. So President Hinckley, I'm hoping that you'll be able to review that, because that's not what I voted for. I voted.
Well, I can clarify it. So Albany has never had what's called a full day kindergarten. Albany's kindergarten day has always been shorter than other districts. So that's what's confusing, is in this agenda item, the term full day really just means going back to what we had before. What Trustee Doss is referring to is what's legally called full day kindergarten, which Albany has never had. We've always had a shorter kindergarten day than other districts. So that's what's meant by, yes, when Marin is finished and we go back to what we had before, or when Marin is finished, the agreement with the board was that we would revert to what we had before. So what Trustee Doss is bringing up is, when would we have a conversation about when Marin opens, then might we consider an actual full day kindergarten? And that's a longer conversation with different implications. So yeah, we're not going back to some other kind of day. We're going back to what we had before, unless the board makes a decision. If the superintendent brings us a proposal in the fall, I don't know when the timing would be, but to make that, to have that discussion about a longer kindergarten day.
Thanks for the clarification. Okay, got it.
All right. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if you were done.
I'm sorry, just to ask. So Trustee Doss has already put it in the agenda bin. Is that correct?
Yes. So it's in the issues bin.
Okay.
Yes.
Issues bin. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to our public comment. We are over our meeting time, so when we're done with this item, we do need to have a motion to extend the meeting. So I'm going to go to public comment and then see if there is a motion on this item. And we'll start, once we get our timer up, we'll start with April.
One moment. Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry, April, we're all right, now you can go ahead. But you might be muted.
Hi, sorry.
Yep, that's okay.
My name's April Stewart, and I actually am one of those kindergarten teachers. And I just wanted to say that, wow, there was a lot going on right here, wasn't there? And with that, there's a lot of conversations, but I want to keep this very short. And I do want to say that there's a lot of terms being thrown around in this conversation. And one is the term of full day kindergarten. And according to the state of California, the minimum number of hours for a full day of kindergarten is 3 hours. And actually the maximum number of a kindergarten day is 4 hours. Anything longer than 4 hours of class time, not including lunch and recess, is considered an extended day. So a little bit, it feels like it undermines a lot of what we do, and that we're not doing a full day of work, and we're not doing, and I'm sure that's just potentially a way of the wording, but we are actually, and have always, as far as I've worked, as long as I worked in the district, we have provided a full day of kindergarten. Like I said, it's between 3 and 4 hours a day. So I just wanted to put that in. So hopefully you guys can change some of the wording that you use, because I don't find it accurate. Anyway, thank you guys. And I know, wow, you guys have a lot going on in these meetings. So thanks.
Great. Thank you so much for that clarification. All right. Shailaja.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Shailaja, and I have an incoming kindergartner. I'm also a parent of a current third grader in the district. As a parent, I just want to say how concerned I am hearing the board meeting discuss this issue. It seems like it's a very one-sided conversation. I definitely have tremendous respect for all the teachers and for the work that they do. However, I hope that the board is sort of hearing all aspects of this issue and the pros and cons of any situation, as they should be for every issue. I didn't hear any mention in any of the presentations of the adverse effects of our shorter day of kindergarten, including not eating lunch with peers, parents having to pay for extra care. I feel like there wasn't a mention of any of the adverse effects, only a mention of what would go wrong if we did revert back to the old model. I also take real objection to the fact that we say it's only for another year, because for every kindergartner, there is only 1 year of kindergartner. So it doesn't matter if it's just another year, that year is lost for every individual child. So I please don't use that term again in that fashion, because for every child, there's only 1 year of kindergarten. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that maybe instead of full day and half day and early and PM, I think at the very least, parents should have a day that is comparable with other public school districts in our area. And additionally, I think it would be worthwhile to actually ask parents who are currently have kindergartners how the system is going and how it compares to the previous year's models, and for the board members and the school district to take a broader view of this entire issue before they make an educated decision. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yolanka.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. Again, I'd really like to thank everyone who put in a lot of effort on this item. I know it was a lot of work. I'd like to agree with the spirit of Trustee Doss's comments. As a listener, as a participant, as a listener, it doesn't feel like this was a democratic or transparent process. It feels like the presentation plus the instruction that came before the discussion that we could table this item was designed, intentionally or not, to kill the proposal. Moreover, some of the items listed in the presentation could be mitigated. It doesn't feel like there was an effort made to think about ways we could do a longer day, but rather to list reasons why we can't. Somebody listed that there's no furniture. You can buy furniture. They talked about doors. You can think about things like alarms. We talked about cohorts. I'm not sure if CDC requires cohorts anymore. We talked about drop-offs. We can do things like staggering. There's lots of things that we could do here. Moreover, some of the things that were raised are things that will continue after Marin is constructed. As a parent, I think it's just deeply frustrating to see a presentation around midnight and think that a decision is being made about something so important as the number of hours a student is in school. And I agree with the previous caller that kindergarten is not just 1 year for kids, it's the only year. Finally, we should just remember Albany's full day or whatever we want to call it, if it's full day or extended day, is already shorter than Berkeley. Berkeley is over 5 hours. We are the worst. We are the shortest number of hours of any local school district. We should remember there are trade-offs and consequences to that decision. Wealthy parents can afford high quality aftercare. The kids that can't are going to be left behind. And that's the story over and over again. We make decisions that are logistically more convenient, and the people that suffer are the children. And so I'd like to make sure that folks take that into account as they think about the number of minutes our kids are in school, which is already very small.
Thank you. Emily.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm the parent of 4 kids. I have 2 kids who were part of the AM/PM kindergarten program. I have 2 kids now who are in kindergarten at Ocean View. I just want to say, for starters, that I want the school board to hear me loud and clear, and to hear every member of ATA loud and clear, that when you try to start dictating things and making decisions and you don't consult your boots on the ground, those of us who keep the schools running, you miss things. And so please always let us be your partners in helping you understand the functionality of schools, what can work and what can't work. That's why Christina's, on here till midnight. That's why these teachers showed up, because to my knowledge, we made a plan because we wanted new schools to be built in this district. We needed and are grateful for new schools to be built in this district. And we needed to find a way to have space for all children to make that happen. And this was the best way to make it happen. And it's not a great space. And I'm saying that it's not the perfect way. I'm saying that as a parent who has 2 kids now in this, limited day AM/PM kindergarten. And my own children happen to be thriving there fine. As far as I understand, ACC offers subsidized rates for anyone who needs help based on income. So there's just a lot going on here that feels like really out of place. So please come to staff first. Let us all make plans together. And then let's think about what's best and not let people on the outside tell us what to do. Secondly, and really importantly, this construction project, my understanding was always going to be a 2-year AM/PM plan. And so whatever was tossed around at the board meeting tonight, I think was updating the timeline for that. And so if we were already going to have for 2 years of AM/PM so that we could have the full construction, then it's not really pulling the rug out from anyone to suggest that we stick with the original timeframe. And so I don't really understand why this conversation is happening. I don't really understand, it feels like inappropriate right now for it to be happening. And I just want to ask us all to please take a breath, take a step back, let's work together. And again, consult the teachers, the administrators, and all of us together before we throw something together at a board meeting that's not ready. And I think that people realize that was happening tonight. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sorry, there's one more public comment from Sarah.
Good evening, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I wasn't actually going to speak, but I did just want to comment on some of the what I've been listening to tonight about the process. As a parent and also as a staff member, I was privy to the fact that this wouldn't be an easy agenda item, but I was only privy to that information because of my role in the Albany Unified School District. As a parent who might have just seen the board packet and only saw the presentation that was linked to it, which was the case for me this weekend, I was overjoyed to see this news. And I assumed that the important individuals who would be impacted by such a heavy decision would have been consulted prior to that proposal being placed in the board's lap and being publicized to the broader community. So I was overjoyed, since I have an incoming kindergartner, and of course an increased school day will be something that many parents would be in favor of. But of course we are not privy to the nuanced details that were provided to us by the kindergarten team, and thank you to my colleagues for doing such a thorough job and thinking through some of these logistical concerns. They all seem very valid, but in the same way that Trustee Doss mentioned that it's not his job to think of the how, if I got that right, and that's the superintendent's job. I would like to urge the superintendent and district leadership to recognize that while teachers are more than happy to support district leaders in thinking through the logistical concerns that were mentioned tonight, it's also not our job to think through all these nuanced details. We're here to focus on the students and to provide the best possible educational opportunities for all students and to help close the achievement gap. And so I just really wanted to go ahead and speak up and just share my sentiment that the process felt a little bit clunky, for lack of a better word. And I just wanted to appreciate the voices that did make public comment tonight and recognize that perhaps the voices were fewer in number because folks did not necessarily understand the weightedness of this topic tonight. Thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you. All right. So we need to resolve the potential action item here and then identify next steps. So first I will see if there's a motion on this item. I want to give everyone a chance, so I apologize if I made it seem earlier like people didn't have the opportunity to make a motion to pass this, but all right, I'm not seeing a motion. So as I said earlier, without action on this, the plan, at least as of tonight, would be to continue with the AM/PM kindergarten model for next year. So I just want to identify the next steps or issues that people raised in the context of this bigger discussion, which is the board's need for a facilities plan that shows us how we're using our different classroom spaces and other spaces. A few requests for an overview of ACC, following up from some of the discussions we had a few months ago about what's happening with ACC enrollment, the idea of doing a survey of childcare needs, understanding when the ACC has space and when we're giving the YMCA space, and then looking into how we're using the empty classrooms that we have, given that we are not moving forward with this plan right now, in particular for mental health and other services who have identified space needs. And then lastly, and I know that terminology is a little all over the place, but the question of how long our kindergarten day will be once we do move back into all three of our elementary schools. So those are the follow-up items I have on my list. And with that, unless there are any other comments, I will take a motion to extend our meeting. We have one staff report on COVID protocols and 2 short review and action items. So we may need as long as an hour.
I move that we extend the meeting 1 hour.
Second.
While we wait on the roll call, I want to thank the teachers for staying so late and hanging in there with us, and for the presentation and for the information. It was much appreciated. And I think that it helped. And I hope that in the future, your input will be asked for earlier so that the community can have time to digest it. But the presentation was great, and I think that everybody understood where you were coming from. So thanks for staying up so late, and I hope that tomorrow's not too rough on you.
Thanks for having us. And it's always fun in TK. Every day is a great day.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Yes. Student trustee Dana.
Yes.
Student trustee Lyra.
Yes.
Vice President Duran.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Doss.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. The meeting is extended to 12:40, and Vice President Duran.
President Hinckley, I just wanted to check with you because I didn't hear this, that I had asked if we'd be able to get an update from the district regarding the finances that are, indicated at ACC that it's in need, and how are we going to resolve that problem? What different ideas might staff have regarding that?
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so now we're moving back to staff report 11B, AUSD COVID-19 protocols in progress.
As you know, that's done by our very own Executive Director, Alexia Ritchie, who presented at every board meeting updates around COVID. And I'm happy and thrilled to turn it over to her at this time.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells and board members, for your time and patience tonight, and for the community for joining our conversation. I'd like to present some information in regards to our COVID-19 protocols in progress. The first thing I'd like to do is go ahead and share with you some current information regarding the AUSD vaccination and our testing mandates. Those dates, as you know, both fell within the month of January 3rd for students who were 12 and older, and January 26th for students who were 5 through 11. This data is current as of last Friday. I do want to let you know that just in the first 2 days of this week, we've been able to make considerable progress, especially with our secondary students. This chart reflects then the number of students who are enrolled in a particular program, those who are vaccinated, those who have requested weekly testing, and those who we, again, as of last Friday, had not heard responses from. But I'll reiterate that we are very happy to have extra clerical support that came on board last week. This person's sole duty for the past week or so has been to reach out to those students who fell into the no response category. Very grateful for her support. And again, she's made great strides with the high school and the middle school. Today, she actually started at Ocean View, reaching out to those parents as well. So the overall picture is our current enrollment, 3497. We have verified that 2,955 students are vaccinated. This represents roughly 85% of our population. We have 192 students total district-wide who have requested weekly testing. We are working with those families to ensure that we have testing consent and that we also have an account with our PCR-based diagnostic testing program. Therefore, we are starting with our secondary students, testing them as soon as we get all of those pieces in place. That number 349 again does look a lot better as of today. And next update, I'll be able to let you know specifically again how many parents, how many students and families we still need to hear from. There was a request to bring some COVID case numbers and have an opportunity to discuss those. I wanted to show you really where our data trends are falling since we returned from the break. So the week of January 10th through the 14th, you can see when we look at weekly totals, for that week, we had 80 students report to us that they tested positive for COVID. we had 9 staff members. Again, we do look at these trends, and we do feel that our dashboard is not perfect. We would like to work on making sure that the feasibility of getting accurate information onto the dashboard, as well as the feasibility of our community and our staff digesting and understanding what's on the dashboard. We do anticipate then some changes in collaboration with the feedback we're receiving, again, to make sure that we understand the specific details of every case in our district, but also to reflect on, again, the projecting data trends accurately. So back to my snapshot, that week after the break, we had 80 positive students and 9 positive staff members. And last week, again, what was reported to us was 56 positive students and 6 positive staff members. We are seeing slight trends down. In fact, this week looks even a little better. I'm happy to report that just today, we only had six cases reported to us district-wide. The Alameda County Office of Education and the Alameda County Public Health Department have issued new guidance for isolation and quarantine. By no means is this the easiest information to understand, to implement, and to communicate out with our constituents and our stakeholders. But I certainly will try my best, and that's exactly what we do whenever there is updated guidance from these entities, namely Alameda County, who is aligned with the Centers for Disease Control, and the state of California. The complete requirements for returning to school are on the AUSD website. Here are our links. You can find them under COVID FAQs and resources. And I would really like to acknowledge and applaud Nurse Monica Ming for drafting those requirements for returning to school and for making them, again, as digestible as possible. This information is now being used by all of our schools. Isolation is for a person who tests positive for COVID-19. So who is in this category? Who needs to isolate? This is everyone, regardless of their vaccination status, their previous infection, or their lack of symptoms. Again, testing positive means that you are going to be in isolation. The recommended action from the public health departments now is to stay home for at least 5 days. Isolation can end after day 5 if symptoms are not present or are resolving, and a diagnostic specimen, namely an antigen test, the rapid test, which is preferred, is collected on day 5 or later, and that has to test negative. If an individual is unable to test or choosing not to test and symptoms are not present or are resolving, isolation can end after day 10. If there's a fever present, then isolation should be continued until the fever is resolved. If there are symptoms other than fever and they're not resolving, they need to continue to isolate until the symptoms are resolved, until after day 10. And wearing a well-fitting mask around others for a total of 10 days, especially in indoor settings, again, is one of the recommendations. Again, these are for people who test positive for COVID-19. This would include both students and staff in Albany. Quarantine. We're going to talk about who needs to quarantine. And I'm going to be reflecting a little bit about that on our exposure letters as well. So quarantine is for people who are exposed to someone with COVID-19. So who is in this category? Well, you start with your unvaccinated population. So if you're unvaccinated and you are exposed to someone with COVID-19, then you are in quarantine. If you've been vaccinated and you're booster eligible, but you've not yet received the booster doses, then again, you are in quarantine. I do want to note that the CDC and the California Department of Public Health have stated and defined booster eligible right now for those who are 18 and older. Those who have gone through the series of vaccinations, i.e. the 2 tests from Pfizer or Moderna, or the 1 vaccine from Pfizer or Moderna, or the 1 shot from Johnson, the 2 shots or the 1 shot, that is considered the vaccination series. And currently, students who have completed the vaccination series would not need to quarantine. The recommended action for those that are in quarantine is to stay home for at least 5 days after your last contact with a person who has COVID-19, then to test on day 5. Quarantine can end after day 5 if there's no symptoms, and if that diagnostic specimen collected on day 5 or later tests negative. Similar to isolation, if unable to test or choosing not to test and symptoms are not present, quarantine then ends after day 10. There's always going to be talk about wearing that well-fitting mask around others. We are also going to strongly encourage those folks to get vaccinated and or to get their booster. Once in quarantine, if they are testing positive, they then follow the isolation recommendations. And if any symptoms develop, we are asking folks to stay home and to test. And then I'd like to try to provide some clarity on who does not need to quarantine. And again, this is consistent with the Alameda County, as well as the state's guidance on quarantine. People who are exposed to someone with COVID-19 who do not need to quarantine are those individuals who have received the booster, or those individuals who have been vaccinated but are not yet booster eligible. And again, I'll reiterate that the CDC and the California Department of Public Health are now saying that individual students within that 5 to 17 range are considered vaccinated if they've had both of those series, but they are not putting them in the category of needing a booster yet to be excluded, let's say, from quarantine. So the recommended action for these groups of individuals would be to test on day 5 and wear a well-fitting mask around others for 10 days. If they do test positive, they're following the isolation and recommendations. And again, if symptoms develop, they need to test themselves and stay home. And then my final item today is to really point out and to kind of reiterate some of the important information that is included in our positive exposure letters to identified close contacts. And I know that many of our community members and our staff members are very familiar with the exposure letter that is sent out to those identified close contacts whenever we have a positive case reported to us. This information has actually stayed pretty static over the past 1.5 years or so. We get our exposure letter templates directly from Alameda County Public Health Department, in which case I extracted just a piece so that I could reiterate that if you are fully vaccinated, i.e. if you fell into that category of having a booster, or if you were a student in that 5 to 17 range, then you had both series of vaccinations, or one if you were Johnson & Johnson, then you are considered fully vaccinated and you do not need to quarantine, but you should self-monitor your symptoms for 14 days. And again, the definition of fully vaccinated does depend on your age right now. We need you to monitor your symptoms for 14 days, and we give you that date. And then we give you some very specific symptoms that we'd like you to pay attention to. This is the other one then that really has caused some confusion, but I really do hope that there's some clarity, because those individuals who are not fully vaccinated, meaning you don't have your full series, you are placed in what's called modified quarantine as a student. Modified quarantine does not apply to staff members, so this just applies to students being placed in modified quarantine. And again, all of this information is found in every single one of our exposure letters. It has been there for the past year and a half. What we've been doing is actually we've been putting everybody into quarantine regardless of their vaccination status. What we're doing now is we are following the guidance that, again, has been in place for a number of months, if not a full year or so, that fully vaccinated people actually do not need to quarantine, meaning they are not placed in modified quarantine. For modified quarantine, again, you all are very familiar. The students can come to school while they're in quarantine as long as they get regular COVID testing. They still have to stay home, except for attending school for in-person instruction. Again, these are unvaccinated students. Modified quarantine is only available to persons who are exposed in school. And we have some links and some more information, again, that's coming from the California Department of Public Health. So what we'd also like to remind everybody, and this question has come up as well, you know, if we're not testing vaccinated students who are in modified quarantine, how can we capture students who might have COVID, regardless of their vaccination status? Meaning if I'm not testing them in modified quarantine, how can I capture all of those cases? And what we will continue to encourage everybody to do is to participate in our weekly pool testing. I had some statistics last week where, remind you, we are testing well over 2,200 students in our district every week. And a majority of those students have already been vaccinated, and they are happy and readily available to continue testing weekly. So we do encourage our community to utilize pool testing regardless of your vaccination status. That means you are being tested weekly. That concludes my presentation for today.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. I know you're, you know, having delved into this guidance, it's really hard to condense it and, you know, providing a clear way to families. But I am a little concerned that people are going to be confused about the booster eligibility, because if you click through to that CDC website, it specifically says that children 12 to 17 are eligible for boosters. So just, I realize this is a presentation for the board and I don't think we have any other materials that refer to it, but it might be very helpful to clearly state what you said, which is that the actual education guidance is that boosters are not required to be considered fully vaccinated. Because the slide with the link, if you click through, your assumption would be that my child, if they haven't gotten their booster and they're 12, is not considered fully vaccinated. So I just wanted to state, maybe we could get that made very clear for folks. Because I was confused about it as a parent when I first got a letter that referred to that. And that was my only question for now, but I just wanted to make sure that because things are so confusing, I think it's especially important that all of our materials really line up, because then we know that some of the confusion about which guidance we're following and so forth creates, as someone referred to earlier, some anxiety and uncertainty. So I don't want people to think they have to rush out and get a booster, although they should, but it's not a policy of ours yet, so.
Correct, thank you. I did find a piece, and I think this is one of my links as well, and you'll notice under point 7, and this is from the California Department of Public Health, that quarantine recommendations for student close contacts who have completed the primary series of COVID-19 vaccines or were previously infected within the last 90 days, then again, 7A, quarantine is not recommended. So I can certainly get some clarity from different sources, but this is one of the sources. And we've actually heard this on a couple of calls, for example, with the public health department. So we are trying to interpret it. I think the spirit of this is to ensure that we have, students staying in school, because you can see now that if you were to place the requirement to get a booster for exposure, that means you have multiple students who are going to be out for that 5-day recommendation. So I'm assuming then that the spirit and the intent of this is to make sure that, one, we've given those students enough time to get their booster. And then the second one, of course, is to make sure that we don't have an increased number, an out of control number, really, of students who need to stay home for those 5 days because they haven't received their booster. Therefore, this is one of the quarantine recommendations, which is to just complete the primary series of those vaccines.
Right. Yeah, I think that's why I was concerned when I saw the slides, because they say something different, which is that if you're booster eligible but haven't received it, you're treated as if you have to quarantine. So it would be great to make sure that's very clear to people. Well, while we wait for other hands, I have a question about the implementation of the vaccine mandate. So maybe just focusing on the group that it would have activated for on January 3rd. What is actually happening with the families that haven't responded yet? Are those students still coming to school? Are we moving them to independent study? How is that implementation going?
I'll just speak to the efforts to make sure that we actually are getting accurate information. For example, when we have spoken to some of the parents, we actually got vaccination status where before we didn't. It took some reach out, but we did. And so that's why those numbers look a lot better even today than they did on Friday. And we're certainly going to be working with our principals who will be making contact with, in particular, students who are 12 and older to see if they can actually give their own consent for testing. And with that, then I'll probably ask Dr. Wells or Dr. Shin to speak to the plans for independent study.
Well, to give full disclosure with where we are, and we're a little delayed because we were swamped with dealing with the Omicron surge where we were triaging. And we got a little behind with the implementation of the mandate. Further, the mandate, there's some additional information that I'm sure you are aware. You may have forgotten some of it or not. But what can we really do versus what we can't do? What does the law say and does it say? And you guys been following the cases because we've been going back and forth with emails. With San Diego Unified and then San Diego Unified losing the case and appealing it and then losing it in the appellate court, I believe. And so we're doing the best we can in terms of trying to keep kids in school and adhere to the spirit and intent of the mandate, and that is to have everybody vaccinated and or testing. And so we're still pursuing that vigorously.
So right now, everyone's coming to school, whether or not they've provided the testing or the vaccine permission, testing permission or vaccine proof. I'm just trying to clarify.
Those are the facts, and that's our understanding. And we're still pursuing and trying to implement a mandate that we can't mandate. So that I want to clarify that. So as we have a mandate by the board, the court spoke crystal clear about what you can and can't do. And so I was trying to say that a little more diplomatically, but in the spirit of just being public information, the board at the time was in flux. And as a result, people like LA and our neighbor West Contra Costa to still use that leverage has pushed their dates back and back and back because they too realize they can't implement the mandate that they mandated, hence their irony.
So just to be clear, because the board hasn't been informed about this, I mean, I think we may all each read the news, but are you saying that you believe we can't legally enforce the vaccine mandate as we passed it?
That is my understanding, but let me do one better to double down. Let me consult with legal and get back with the board this week.
Okay, thank you. I guess that answers my question. Vice President Duran.
I had 3 questions for Executive Director Ritchie, but I'd like to, before that, ask the superintendent regarding the vaccine mandate that's on the books here in Albany. There are surrounding districts that have mandates too. Berkeley does. I don't know who else does, but you have not checked with legal yet around this? I mean, I understand there's a fight in San Diego, but we did have a mandate here that we voted on.
I would get back with you, Trustee Vice President Duran, after checking with legal about our understanding with what we can and can't do. I have talked to some surrounding superintendents, but I feel best dealing with legal matters with legal. And so I don't want to risk misspeaking around legal issues. So I would get back with the board with the facts and then have confidence in our legal counsel interpretation and widespread or narrow spread implication of the court cases that we all been monitoring over in San Diego.
But we passed this a ways back. At that point, if you had those concerns about legal implications, shouldn't we know that already from a lawyer?
I'm not quite understanding the question. Should you know that already by the lawyer? I'll tell you what, I'll get back with the board this week after consultation with the attorney about
what I was simply saying was if it was a red flag for you after we passed the mandate, then shouldn't the consultation with the lawyer have happened way back when, and then we were notified back when?
That could have happened. Certainly, yes, that could have happened in hindsight, absolutely.
Okay, let me ask the 3 questions that I have. Executive Director Ritchie. The first one is, honestly, how difficult is it for you to do a daily update on the dashboard? I mean, really? I know there's heroics, but how difficult is it?
Thank you for the question, Vice President Duran. You know, before the surge, it wasn't that difficult at all. In fact, you all received the notices from me probably within an hour after we received the notice and we completed our investigation. When you have upwards of 36 cases in one day, that definitely put a strain on us being able to collect all of the information accurately, confirm it, act on it, and then update it to the board. And often myself and Linda Williams were working till 11 o'clock at night or waking up on Saturday morning to make sure that that dashboard was updated within 24 hours. We do think it's important, and we do like the 24-hour timeline. It makes sense for us. What we'd like to do is take a look at the detailed information that we provide on our dashboard. Let's say in comparison to some of the other dashboards, even in Alameda County. So we are looking at dashboards, let's say in Berkeley and Castro Valley. We even looked at the one in West County, and none of them provide the details that we were providing. Many of them were weekly counts. Those were updated daily, but they did show you per week versus per day. A lot of them just had a clean number. Some of them added a grade level. Most of them did not. Most of them just included the name of the school and the number of positive students and the number of positive staff members. If we could refine our dashboard so that there is less information that we need to research and confirm, then I think a daily update is extremely doable. Again, it's the plethora of information that we've been including. And as you recall from our dashboard, we got it down to which grade level, how many classes were impacted, when is their modified quarantine date over. And a lot of that then is something that if we shaved off and really presented some of the cleaner numbers that maybe it's a little easier to digest, then I think a daily update is still doable.
Okay, because, and would you be able to present, give us an example of what that would look, say, at the next board meeting?
I'd love to.
Okay, because, you know, in addition to the work that you're putting in, and Linda Williams as well, is the concern that, you know, like there's mistrust developing, you know, when people don't see, oh no, there should be more or whatever, because, you know, I know that there is a COVID case and it's not on the dashboard. And we want to minimize that, right? Because we are stressed out at this time, and we want to be sure that the information is accurate, but also that we're not pushing you so much that there are mistakes made, and then, you know, mistrust develops. So if you could maybe bring that back to us next time, that would be great.
Definitely.
The second question I have, and I actually asked you the last meeting as well, but I want to maybe rephrase it. Two parts to it. We have a midwinter break coming up in February, and I wanted to know could we recommend, and no, we can't enforce this, but can we recommend, just like we did in January 2nd, that before children return from that break, return to school on February 28th, that we request that families do testing of their children? And the question that I had asked you last time is, would we be able to provide all the test kits? And I think you did not feel that, that the district had that availability. So I'm wondering if we could possibly, do the recommendation. And if we have from your viewpoint, do we have enough supplies that we could have them at the school site? And there are probably many families that have multiple tests at home that they've been sort of stocking up on, but for those families that don't have that, could the district at least have at the school sites for families that might need to get kits from us, so the testing kit? Do you see that as a possibility?
I think it's a possibility on a very limited scale. Of course, it would be dependent on the inventory that we have on hand for kits that can go home, similar to the ones that we provided over the winter break. And I know that we do have a very limited supply available there. We also want to get the word out about the free tests that are available to be shipped straight to the homes, of course, with the initiatives from President Biden. Other than that, I think we could also take a look at other options for students and for staff members who would like some testing, because again, they've been traveling or they've been in an environment where there was a heightened risk for exposure. And so we can certainly take a look at what options are available for those family members, for the staffs, and for the students who are requiring those services. But I would have to defer, and I, again, want to thank Superintendent Wells for making the effort to go get those kits that were available to pass out in mass. And I'm just not quite sure that we have that quantity. But to go back to your question, we do have a limited inventory that we could certainly share on an as-need basis.
And my last question, under the modified quarantine for the unvaccinated students, it says, the regulation says they must stay home except for attending classes. Is this basically an honor system? I mean, in other words, there is nothing that we as a district do to try to reinforce that, right?
Correct. That is out of our jurisdiction. This would include family events. This would include other activities, play dates, anything like that. We do hope that the education and the consistent messaging is enough for, individuals to follow that guidance. And, these are all recommendations. None of them are current requirements, especially when it comes to enforcement of community activities. You're right. It is the honor system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we do have one public comment, which I'm going to go to and then come back to wrap up. Actually, now we have more public comments, starting with Lacey. Sorry if I said that all wrong. You might be muted.
Hi, I'm so sorry.
Hi,
I don't know.
That's okay. We
It's
can hear
actually
you.
Shannon. It's Shannon. I don't know why it says that. That's my sister's name. Something went terribly awry. Sorry. I just wanted to say first, I thank you. I want to just start by slightly objecting to the way my previous comments have been characterized or mischaracterized by subsequent commenters. I'm a healthcare provider. I've taken care of patients in person throughout the COVID pandemic, and I've never once said that COVID is like the flu or suggested we should get rid of precautions. I don't mischaracterize the statements of my fellow parents, whether or not they're actually on the ground taking care of patients in person and whether or not they agree with me. That said, I would like to say, as I always have, that school personnel are not public health experts, despite gaining a lot of unwanted expertise this year. We need to continue to follow public health guidelines and recommendations, and there are trade-offs to going above and beyond these guidelines, especially when we don't have evidence that certain interventions actually decrease COVID-19 exposures in school. To make difficult decisions, you do have to acknowledge trade-offs that exist and rely on public health experts. This is what I've said and what I've always said, regardless of what words get subsequently put into my mouth by other commentators. And finally, I want to congratulate and highlight the district on our really amazing vaccination rate. There's been so much progress in gathering that vaccine data under really difficult circumstances. I'm really impressed with the improvement in the actual numbers that we have and the percentages of kids in this district who are vaccinated is really, really exciting and incredible. And we should all feel really grateful and really comfortable that our kids are protected from serious illness and hospitalization. And I'm excited to see that. So thank you for sharing it.
Thank you. Chris.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and thank you for all staying so long and working so hard. It's very much appreciated. I would like to echo Chris Knight's thoughts about COVID testing, especially making sure that both unvaccinated and vaccinated students are tested as much as is reasonable and is effective for understanding what the situation is in our schools. The guidelines are very confusing, and finding ways to communicate that as clearly as possible, especially as changes are being made. I think that's one of the more challenging things is understanding what guidelines are in effect at what time. And this is only really possible if we really do test frequently and widely. Efforts to test smarter, like we often are encouraged to do, really require more broad understanding of how the community is handling it. And so please I really support efforts to protect our students and staff by testing as many vaccinated and unvaccinated students and staff as possible. The data is very clear that many vaccinated people can transmit Omicron, and so please continue with that. Again, please, as much as you can, emphasize clear communication about guidelines. Thank you for the time, and I return my time.
Thank you. Dina.
Hi, thank you for having this discussion. Thank you, Director Ritchie, for sharing your presentation. My name's Dina Yu, and I'm a second grade teacher at Ocean View and a parent of 2 children. I appreciate all the hard work that has helped support teachers and keeping our kids in school. I have felt pretty safe since returning to school, but right now, my biggest concern is the changes with the testing guidelines, or in particular, the testing, the change to only testing unvaccinated students as positive cases arise. And I understand that I'm not a public health professional, but I do know what I'm seeing as I teach, and I'm seeing that that when we were testing all students, we were catching COVID cases as they arose in classrooms. So I have a huge concern that we're going to miss positive cases. I know that we have the pool testing, but not all students are participating in that. And with once a week on a Wednesday, we don't get results typically till the end of the week. So I want us to do the best that we can. I know that guidelines have changed, but I also feel like we need to do what we can to keep schools safe. I truly believe that testing all students as positive cases arise is important. Also, we talked about mental health, and I think that teachers are feeling nervous and scared. At Ocean View, I think we've had as much as 13 cases in a day. I think last time I saw it was like 8 cases. And so just for myself and for my colleagues, when we feel nervous, I think we project that onto our students. And so if we want our students to feel safe, then we need to feel safe, and we need to do what we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for plowing through all these topics. I feel for you. So I really want to thank you all for your support for high quality masks and for all the mitigation effort that you've done as we jumped quickly into this wave. The big area that I just would love to learn more about is, it seems like, at least at AHS, we went back into indoor choir, indoor band, and now changing for PE, which I think what I would assume for some kids means removing a mask or losing the seal on the mask in the midst of the surge. And so I'd love to see if there could be clear criteria about when those shifts happen, based in evidence around the cases and the surge and what we're seeing in our local population, and have that be tuned to when we're going down. So transparency and clarity about those kinds of shifts would be much appreciated. And I think we need a little bit more around enforcement, and seeing the basketball team at the high school play Friday night, I think it was, or Saturday night, with one person wearing a mask over the face and all the others under the chin. And that we've seen multiple nights for indoor sports at the high school, and would really appreciate some enforcement there. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll wait a minute to see if there's any more public comment. Trustee Boyd.
Oh, thank you. Just in response to, or related to what the last caller just raised, which is something that I had asked about myself, and I think it's worth discussing publicly in the meeting. I just wanted to have more clarity on whether there in fact has been a change to the policy for having choir and or band and or PE inside, because I thought that the last discussion that we had about this would be keeping at least choir, I remember clearly outside. I thought band as well. So it was something I've been wondering about, and as the last caller asked about, I would appreciate some clarity on that. Thank you.
I can speak to the middle school. The board concerns. The middle school has been instructed to have choir and band and PE outside. And so that's the current practice at the middle school. My understanding, the practice has been at the high school that, and I think Executive Director Alexia Ritchie, you can chime in here. At the high school, my understanding is that they're undergoing weekly testing. Okay. Yes. Feel free to chime in here.
Absolutely, yes. So at the high school, we have multiple pools that are directed towards students who are in the instrumental and the vocal music programs, as well as all of the sports teams. The athletic teams then participate, those specific classes participate. And then we do have a number of students who just participate in pool testing for whatever reason that comes up. So the high school actually led the way on that and formed these pools. Back when we started pool testing, they were the first ones who started to initiate everybody in that class being in that pool so that they could satisfy the local guidance. The local guidance says that you either need to have a weekly testing regime or you're going to be participating in that class outside.
But I think the other piece that we didn't talk about, since it's on the table, the issue is it more prudent that, like at the middle school, should the high school be outside doing its surge? Because that would probably seem from a perspective more prudent, I think, is what I was interpreting. And let me know if I'm wrong.
No, and the good news is actually our music pools have consistently come back negative. We have not received many pools that have come back positive from those music programs at the high school. I could do a quick count, but I know it's less than 4 right now. And that's been since we've pool tested, and that's been quite a number of months right now.
Can I ask a follow-up? Is there a reason we don't take the same approach at the middle school? Particularly if, for example, we got a lot more rain and those activities suddenly needed to move inside. I've always been curious why we didn't do the pool testing for those groups in the middle school.
So we did do a cross-check to see how many students in the music programs were participating in pool testing at the middle school. And again, a lot of the classes were either remaining outside or wanted to come back inside. And so we did do a thorough cross-referencing check of all the musical students at the middle school. And we did discover that at least half of the students in the musical programs were participating in pool testing. When we went back and we asked the company for clarification on what's a valid pool in that environment, they said, well, you need to test at least 30% of those students to constitute a legitimate pool. Therefore, again, we looked and we said, well, we're pretty comfortable that we have testing at least happening weekly for half of the students in that pool. So we've satisfied the criteria for a pool. At the middle school, the only difference was everybody was not in the pool. We just satisfied the criteria for a valid pool.
Okay, I guess, so we could still have considered doing a full pool for the band and choir in middle school, but that's not what we're doing.
We could consider that, you're right.
Okay. This did come up before when we did have some cases in the band program in the middle school, and I thought that we were going to move forward with pool testing there to match the high school. But maybe we can hear more about that.
I believe,
later.
and I've seen this as well, it seems like they've moved outside instead of trying to satisfy that testing criteria.
Okay. And then I did just want to respond to the last caller that the current athletics guidance, as I understand it, is that indoor sports where exertion makes it difficult to wear a mask, they are permitted to go without masks if they are undergoing weekly testing. So it's not that we're not enforcing masking in the basketball program. They are being tested weekly, so they're exempt from mask wearing. Am I stating that correctly?
Absolutely. Okay. And if I could actually respond to teacher Dina Yu, I want to applaud Ocean View. I'm looking at their current enrollment right now of 596 students. And believe it or not, they're testing 510 in their pools each week. So Ocean View, you're rocking it. And you're testing about 85% of your entire population each week. And of course, that includes many vaccinated students. That's one of the highest percentages of participation in the pools that we have in the district. So again, hats off to the parents and the community at Ocean View for being in that pool.
Thank you. Vice President Duran.
I wanted to see if we could add to the report that Executive Director Ritchie does in the next two meetings, if in February, at our next two meetings, we could have a first discussion and review, and then the second meeting followed with a discussion and action, or review and action. And that's around mask wearing outside on the school grounds. Not about the classes that are sitting outside that like the band, et cetera, but just in general, because mask wearing outside on the school grounds goes beyond the current public health recommendations. And I know right now, nobody feels comfortable or feels that Omicron rates are coming down, but I think we'd have a full month to discuss the option, and maybe by then we might be surprised at the rates, or maybe not. But I think I believe it merits a discussion, and this gives our community an opportunity to chime in as well during the next month. So I would like to see if that's a possibility, if we could do that.
I will consult with our superintendent on that topic. Thank you, Vice President Duran.
All right, so the one follow-up item I have from here is that we are going to get a legal assessment of whether we can enforce our vaccine mandate, and then continued updates at our next board meeting, and the superintendent will take under advisement the request for a discussion of the outdoor mask requirement. Yeah, Trustee Doss.
Oh yeah, I was just wondering if it's possible to maybe get some kind of preliminary guidance from legal tomorrow, since the mandate is technically supposed to be implemented then. I mean, I don't know how quickly we can get them on the line and get some clarification around that, but since it is technically kind of going,
I think I should be able to get out an email or something, some kind of communique to the board by tomorrow afternoon, or shortly after that, about what we can and can't do based on a recent law case and the lawsuits and the appeals that were denied and that kind of stuff regarding the issue.
I mean, do what you can. I mean, tomorrow's going to be a busy day, I'm sure. So, yeah.
We don't. We haven't met any other days than busy since the pandemic. It's the nature of the work nowadays, and we have a lot of demands and a lot of requests and a lot of prep to do, and so we're prioritizing. And sometimes things intentionally and strategically don't get done. But number one on my list that we already started this evening was making sure we get rid of that list where kids have to wait to see mental health. And so that's a priority. And so I just want to let folks know that may take a few hours. So that's how I do the work. What's most important in my interpretation. So I may be able to get back to you guys late evening, but priority, all hands on deck, is serving those kids who are on the waiting list.
Sounds good to me. Fair enough.
All right, so we're done with this staff report, and we now move to our first review and action item, 12A, the Memorandum of Understanding between AUSD and the Albany Teachers Association for additional, safety measures to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And this is our Chief Human Resources Officer.
Thank you. Wrong button. Let me bring it back up. Okay, so this item is, okay, I'm sorry. Let me gather myself here. It's late. So the board has had an opportunity to review this MOU and to weigh in. As you know, this was sort of a speedy agreement that we came to out of necessity. We were contacted by ATA wanting to meet to discuss these items, and we were able to come to agreement just 2 days later on this MOU. And specifically, there were some important items in here around, again, just safety measures for our staff and, of course, our students that dealt with working conditions, wanting high quality masks, being mindful of like the absences that staff were having to make due to COVID and wanting to provide some extra sick leave and so forth. And so some clarification around independent study. And again, we came to agreement just 2 days after meeting with ATA.
Let me highlight a couple of things. Some of the items here we're already doing, i.e., if you just look at number 2, providing high quality masks, that was already done, but we wanted to make sure it was connected to a MOU, but we're doing these things independent of a MOU. It's not because of an MOU, and I wanted to highlight that piece.
Trustee Davidson.
Just today, California put back in paid sick leave for workers and businesses for 2 weeks. I don't know what impact that has on this. If we as a district still need to provide those 10 days in addition to that, or if this sort of supersedes those 10 days.
This was independent of that. Of course, it happened before we signed the agreement. So this doesn't change any of that.
So now they'll get 2 weeks paid from the state and 10 weeks paid by the district.
For clarification, our Chief Human Resource Officer can respond to that one.
So I think what we will do is to look at the language that the state has approved as compared to what we've agreed to here, and then possibly meet with ATA again just to reach some clarification. As a reminder, when there is a law that provides for anything, for any protection, any benefit, we can always be more generous than the law. We just can't be less generous than the law. So we would want to compare our 2 leaves to see where we stand, and then figure out where to go from there.
Did you have another question, Trustee Davidson?
Well, I guess I'm confused if we should approve this with that in there, because then we're just going to have to go back and reassess it now. Or should we just, I know it's agreed with ATA for this, so do we just approve it and then know that we're still going to have to go back and do it again? Or do we just wait, look at that part, and then bring this back all at once? Because the state's giving 14 days, so we can't give 10.
But they're not giving 14 days, right? They're just requiring that employers offer it. So it doesn't, it's just that we're now meeting the state law that requires us to give a certain
now we're
amount of
okay.
sick
So,
leave.
yeah, I'm trying. Sorry, I'm just trying to read it right now because I just saw it before the meeting. But they're requiring 14 days then, or 2 weeks. Is that interpreted as 10 days because it's work weeks?
Well, we would have to look at that. Right now we have a tentative agreement. We can come back with anything we need to adjust independent of a negotiation. We do have to adhere to the law independent of this agreement we have with ATA. And as you know, we haven't read it yet, but we will be doing that, I'm sure, tomorrow.
And I just want to expand on Dr. Wells' comment that we have a tentative agreement which both parties have signed. And so sort of the implication there is that we intend to, that our agreement is pretty much in place by way of signatures on either side.
So I think to get to what you're asking, Trustee Davidson, if it turns out that the law actually requires that we offer more than what's in this agreement, then obviously we would offer that. So the agreement's not precluding us from meeting the requirement of the law. We would have to meet that requirement anyway. So we can pass the agreement and then they can inform us once everyone understands the law, whether we will also be required to offer additional leave. So any other questions, or we do need a motion to approve the tentative agreement?
I move that we approve the tentative agreement for additional safety measures.
Second.
Okay. Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student Trustee Lyra?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Theron?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Lastly, we have, the MOU is approved unanimously. And lastly, we have item 12B, resolution 2021-22-14 to determine tie-breaking criteria for certificated employees.
Okay. This item you may recognize. It comes to the board annually around this time of year. There's a reference here to Ed Code 44955, which states that the board is required to determine what the district's needs are. What that means is, annually we have to determine whether the staff that we have is what we need going forward. And if it's not, right, should we need to make adjustments, that we do that. But what comes with that is, what that means is, let's not avoid it, what that means is layoffs, right? If we were to need to make reductions of staff, we would go through a layoff process. Well, when you go through that process, sometimes people have, you do it by seniority, and sometimes folks have the same seniority date. So the board then has to establish a tie-breaking criteria. And so we have a resolution that establishes the tie-breaking criteria here. This is the same tie-breaking criteria that we've approved for the past 2 years. So what here you'll see that two folks have the same seniority. Maybe they get an extra point if they have extra credentials, certain types of credentials, certain degrees, etc. And this is a resolution that we have to pass annually. Now, all that said, this is in no way intended to imply that we're headed towards layoffs. This is just a formality that we have to do each year. And I just want to point out that I saw a little typo here because I used the same stuff from last year, but it's meant to say that for the 21-22 school year. Okay. So are there any questions about this item?
I don't see any questions. If someone makes a motion, could they specify that typo change in the motion as well, just so that we have it on the record?
I move that we approve the tie-breaking criteria for certificated employees for the 2021 to 2022 school year.
I'll second that.
Student trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Durand?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes. The resolution passes unanimously, and we are now down to closing business. Are there any upcoming agenda items before we adjourn that have not come up yet tonight? All right, seeing none, we are adjourned, and we have our next regular board meeting on February something. I can't read my calendar, so we'll see you all in 2 weeks.